experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
How does it feel, Kyle Draper, to know that yesterday you said something on our show that was so provocative and poignant that Stiles and Watkins did a segment on it today? How about that?
You know what? I'm glad I finally reached that level where if I say something, people are going to twist my words, use it as clickbait, use it to boost the ratings of their show.
LeBron of the station.
Sort of like LeBron James, right? Sort of like LeBron. And so I don't even remember what I said.
I don't think they twisted. I didn't hear it. But I think they thought it was interesting that when we were talking about Tyus Jones yesterday, you said, boy, I think they're maybe better than the Kings now. So they just –
I don't know if I said that. See, that's twisting my words.
Right.
I believe what I said, and I'm going to have to get my guy Jay to pull this. I said I had the Kings clearly ahead of the Phoenix Suns. Now that they've added Tyus Jones, I'm worried about them.
I see.
They're in the mix for sure. Come on, man. Come on, see, you twist the words, you read the headlines.
Well, they just went with from that. Hey, who are some teams that you think you're confident may seem like the wrong word, but you believe are better than the Kings right now? That's all. Just based on what you said.
Oh, so they use mine as a jumping point.
They weren't like going after
sort
you.
I
can't believe what he said. Nothing like that. Yeah,
I tell you what,
it's a starting point.
You know what? They might as well just give me 12 hours of content here. Let Drapes, the 12-hour Drapes block. I mean, seriously.
It must be hard.
Hey, before we go on.
Yeah.
I got the email from Chris Verlade about next week's schedule.
Yes.
is the morning show just taking off or no?
I think next week there's a number of people.
Dave, Jason, and I will all be on vacation next week. So the shows will look at who's doing the morning show.
I don't care because I'm going to be on vacation too.
Yeah, you're going to 12 hours of Drape starting Monday, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Alan is doing mornings. And I think it may be Alan and Simone. I'm not sure. I think they're still examining all options. Then I think it's
you involved at all, Jay? It's me and you, right?
It's just me and you, baby. This drive guys are nothing for me, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Know what it sound like?
What?
Sound like we need a few more bullpen aces back there.
Right?
We need a few more Jesse Orozco's.
A lot of relievers were traded yesterday, but we didn't acquire any, did we?
We didn't. We look like the Giants and the A's. Right. We might need to stop being sellers and get being some buyers.
The trade deadline came and gone.
You got to go out to the starter, and I'm sure you've been in games like this, and the starter's leaking oil, and he's getting banged around, but the skip tells him, we don't have anybody else. You're going to have to stay.
I need you to bleed through the next inning for me, son.
You have to take some lumps.
Oh, man. I tell you, that's all right. Well, hey, me and Jay will be here holding it. You going anywhere special? Okinawa or Japan or
Hawaii.
Anything? Oh, yeah, you're going to Hawaii. Okay.
That's the plan.
Is that family over there or just vacation
We're taking
time?
some family over there.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
how much vacation time you got, big fella? Dang.
Not as much as you.
I was waiting. I was like, you better shoot that
back. Like, hello.
That's probably, hey, man, hey, you got to get a better agent. That's all I'm saying. You got to get a better agent. But what are we talking about today? What are we?
Hey, how about that Team USA?
My God.
I will confess I was pulling for South Sudan.
No, you weren't.
What?
No, you weren't. Dude, can we revoke his citizenship?
Why you always lying?
First of all, I knew it wasn't going to matter. But it's you talk about an underdog.
No.
No, South Sudan.
Whitey, no.
They're not underdogs?
No, you don't
Team
cheer
USA?
against Team USA to me, like that. Who cheers against Team USA basketball?
What difference does it make? It's basketball.
Exactly. But here's now, if you want to cheer for the Russian swimmer, that's your business. Mm-hmm. But Team USA that is an affront to our country.
Okay, well,
that is an affront. First of all, you know who's on Team USA, right?
I do know who's on Team USA.
De'Aaron Fox's best friends. Tatum, Bam Adebayo, his best buds, and you're telling me you're cheering against them?
I thought Malik Monk was his best bud.
You're allowed to have more than one. You're allowed to have more than one.
So are you saying indirectly he's cheering against the Kings?
That's right. It's an affront.
Ooh,
like
wow.
I'm sure De'Aaron ain't cheering against Team USA.
Ooh, I like where you're going.
You see what I mean, Jay? It's almost like that's anti-American, isn't it?
I think it might be if I was pulling for, Lithuania or somebody, but South Sudan, that's a great freaking story. How can you not? Okay, maybe head-to-head, you're not pulling for them. I was a little bit. It didn't matter. But how can you not get behind that team? Huh?
Because they're playing Team USA. It's one of those things where beat everybody else.
Yeah.
But on this game, I want you to lose by 50.
Yeah.
I want highlights. I want alley-oops.
Do you know what the line was? I don't.
Nah, I don't deal with basketball betting. I try to stay away from that. So
I just thought I think you brought it up yesterday.
As a journalist, that's a good question. I'll look it up right now. But I watched the game. I'll be honest with you.
Played. Thank goodness.
My guy,
Our
Jason,
national nightmare is over.
Started almost.
My guy, I'll tell you what, Steve Kerr.
You don't like Steve Kerr, do you?
No, I love Steve Kerr, the person. I don't like him as the coach for some of his decision making. It's just, and I understand no Joel Embiid today. South Sudan likes to run and gun. They like to get up and down the floor, long and athletic. Probably not the best matchup for Embiid. But Jason Tatum, he could play against anybody in the world. I don't care about matchups. It's Jason freaking Tatum. And by starting Tatum today, Steve Kerr, to me, that is an admission that he made a mistake the other day.
I disagree with that because he said he's going to play more in the next game. He didn't play in this game against Serbia because
why did he start though?
He said because this is more of a wing-oriented game, so he's going to play more and start.
Come on, Whitey.
That's what he said, and it makes sense. Even Dwayne Wade said it today on what I call the broadcast.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade carrying the water for Team USA and Steve Kerr right now.
It's not a problem. Why are you trying to make it a problem?
Because it is. It's Jason Tatum. You don't sit one of the top 5 to 10 players in the NBA on the bench the entire game.
Yeah.
And it was not a matchup issue because Tatum could play in any game. He could play big. He could play small. This is Jason Tatum we're talking about. I understand Joel Embiid today. Embiid's banged up, been banged up, fast team, okay. But Jason Tatum is the guy that we decide to sit out? An all-NBA performer 3 years in a row? That's disrespectful. That's why I was upset about that.
I think, in my opinion, it would have been more disrespectful to play him a few minutes. To me, it's like you're not playing in this game. You know, it's disrespectful, a guy of his caliber, to play. You're going to go in there and play like 5 minutes. No. And besides, they won today, and my box score it's not correct because it says Jason Tatum played 0 minutes and scored 4 points. So I have to figure this out on ESPN.com. But it doesn't matter now. We're done with that. It's over. They won. They're 2-0. Onward.
You brought it up. You just brought it up, though.
I said it's over. I said our national
all right.
is over.
USA was favored by 28.5. Did they? I don't even know what was the final
103-86.
Yeah, they covered.
Yeah.
They're a nice team to watch, South Sudan, in terms of the effort. You could tell they got some solid players. They played the game. They're a good team, man, and it's a great story, no doubt about it. But I was impressed with Team USA, especially in that first half. You know, they came out with the right mindset, the right, just they were up for this game. They remembered what happened last week. And let me just say, last week, Team USA against South Sudan, 1 point game. Germany, 1 point game. So far, first 2 games in the Olympics, it's been, they've been smacking them up.
Thanks for coming.
They've been smacking, exactly. So to me, what I'm seeing from Team USA is they are taking the games a little more serious. They know it's winning time right now, and that's great to see.
And they didn't cover.
Yeah, no, they did not cover. Did not cover.
By the way, people on the text line and in the chat are upset at Team USA 3-on-3.
That's what I'm talking about. We are looking embarrassed when it comes to 3-on-3. That's supposed to be our game.
Yeah.
National pastime.
On the text line, men's 3-on-3, nothing short of embarrassing. These are the best 3 players you can field. It's pathetic. Curtis Hicks, talking to Amadrock, says you really have to play defense in 3-on-3, and they have Jimmer Fredette playing. Yeah. So fans are outraged.
And they should be.
I refuse to get outraged over 3-on-3, but
no,
I understand.
So hold on. Is it because you don't take 3-on-3 serious? Is it not really a competition?
To me, it shouldn't be an Olympic sport.
Dang.
But I understand it's basketball, and it's more entertaining than I thought it was. It's just constant motion.
Dude, but we're getting dominated in 3-on-3.
Yeah, I know.
Women lost yesterday.
I know.
Men lost yesterday or 2 days ago. Our men's team, did they lose? Is that a final? They were 0-2 now, I believe, in pool play. And so this is supposed to be our sport.
But we don't take it seriously. Nothing against those guys. But if that's you look at, we're just talking about the guys on the basketball team. Those are our 3-on-3 players. You're going to try to convince me that 3-on-3 is so different than, you can't just have your best basketball players in there. They have to be your best 3-on-3 players. I'm not buying that. If we're not going to take it more seriously, put better players in there, I'm not going to get upset when they get run.
Yeah, but what about other countries?
I don't know the answer.
Because that's not their best players either.
I don't know.
That's their B level. You would think if your best players are probably playing on the 5-on-5 squad, the national team, not the 3-on-3. It's kind of embarrassing though. Like, Jimmer Fredette, our guy, former Sacramento King, not to get a win, 0-2. I find that a little bit embarrassing. I'm not going to get all up in arms because if we're being real about it, nobody's paying attention to it. It's not a storyline.
Yeah. I'm surprised you're not blaming Steve Kerr for the 3-on-3 team.
Dude, he should have had Draymond on there, somebody like that. Get Draymond, Clay, and Looney or something like that. So some guys with some chemistry. No, I here's the thing about Steve Kerr. I like Steve Kerr. I like what he stands for. I like everything about him, when it comes to, his social issues that he stands on. But some of his decision making, some of his coaching, especially over the last 1.5 years, 2 years, it has been open for criticism. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad at him or hating on him or anything like that. I second guess a lot of his moves that he's made.
You say he ruined Jordan Poole. He ruined Kuminga. I'm surprised you don't blame him for high gas prices.
Nah, give him time. No, give him time. No, he definitely ruined Jordan Poole. He ruined Wiseman, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
So you may disagree. Fans may disagree out there. but I don't think he's handled certain situations to the best of his ability. I'm not saying he's a bad coach or anything, but he's had a bad run here this last year and a half.
Oh, the Kings have been linked to a guy that Kyle Draper is very fond of as a basketball player. I'll tell you all about that when we roll right back to Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Appreciate you being with us, especially because you're the smartest listeners, viewers in radio/YouTube. And we learn stuff from you. For example, here, Amadrock says, Otani's wife is a Japanese 3-on-3 champion. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. I just found out. Amadrock.
That's tremendous knowledge. Do you see what happened to the Dodgers last night?
No, hold on. You believe in Amadrock, though?
Yes, he's from Vallejo.
Okay. All right.
The seat of all knowledge and wisdom, the 707.
No, what happened to the Dodgers last night?
Oh, they were up 5-3 in the ninth and lost 6-5 in 10.
Who they play? Who they
Los Padres.
Who's a Padres fan? No, Verlander, Kyle?
Kyle's
Ledbetter. Kyle, yeah, he's a San Diego guy. Yeah.
Curtis Six says, Whitey, there's no way with the talent we have that we couldn't field a better 3-on-3 squad. And yes, just put the best of the remaining best out there to dominate. And let's see, who was it? Yeah, Ward says, rumor has it the Maloofs drafted the 3-on-3 American team.
Somebody said,
I don't think that's true.
Wouldn't the big three be almost better than the three we sent over there? No?
Yes.
ISO Joe ain't getting it done for you no more.
48-year-old Joe Johnson. Yeah, like the reason why the guys in the big three look good is because they're playing against other 48-year-old guys. Come on, man. People are saying that. No, trust me. Jimmer and those, they're talented enough to get it done, to be decent. It's kind of embarrassing. Who else could you get? How about other NBA players?
Yes, exactly.
Like G Leaguers?
Not even G Leaguers.
Or even somebody from the
select team or something. Shoot, give me Cooper Flagg. Shoot, I'll take Cooper Flagg playing over there. But like,
you can take any team in the NBA, any team, good team or not. Take 3 of their players, and I'll bet you'd have
who though? I mean,
name the team.
But I guess I get what you're saying. What I'm asking you guys is this: why would someone give up their vacation and off season and all that type of stuff to be playing on a 3-on-3 team where some NBA guys might be like, man, this is beneath me. I'll go play in the Drew League before I play in this.
Well, that shows you all you need to know right there. If NBA players feel that it's beneath them, and you may be right.
Yeah, some of them don't even play in the Olympic team.
We're going to get our butts kicked in. You know, it's like, I mean, who else can we send? You know, G League guys might not get it done.
Give me at least Mac McClung or something.
Right, yeah, Mac McClung.
G League guy.
Shoot. I mean, who else? Like,
send Mason Jones over there.
Give me Mason Jones.
Like, that's my point. Those guys would be interested in going. If you're asking Brandon Ingram, right? If you're asking Jeremy Grant, someone that's been a topic on this, why would what's the point of Jeremy Grant going over there for no money, which they're not getting any money? He's already worth $100 million on paper. He's playing. He doesn't want to get injured. What would be the reason he would want to go over there to play on a 3-on-3?
Represent your country.
But it's not. It wouldn't be to him, Drapes. Wouldn't it be like, I'm good enough to be on the big team, the big roster? Why would it be, beneficial for me to go play on a 3-on-3?
Yeah, I hear you, Jay.
So that's why I say there's like a level. Wouldn't it be a level of guy you're asking?
Wouldn't Mason Jones, Colby Jones, and Keon Ellis go over there and win gold?
Yes. But those are borderline G League guys.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll bet you they'd go, yeah, I mean, I have no idea. But guys like that are like, gold medal? Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Well, the problem, and this is to Whitey's point, I think he would agree with this. The Olympics are supposed to be the best of the best. Those are not the best 3-on-3 players in the world, like or in our country.
They won the tournament. They won the tournament, the playing tournament.
Dude, how'd you even get in it? Like, I didn't hear about no tryouts.
They had them here.
Where?
They had it.
I remember they
run
had
around as like a league or some sorts. They had them here because they had the team.
I thought that was the team.
I thought that was an exhibition.
That's what I thought. I thought it was. I didn't think it was a try. You know, like, dog, look, I could go to Rucker Park and get 3 guys that might be better than that.
I agree.
You know what I mean? I just don't know. How do these guys make the team? What's the criteria?
We got to find
that out, because who's on the team? Jimmer Fredette.
Yeah, Canyon Barry.
I
don't know the rest, but it would be like if you had, here's the Olympic golf team, and it's the squad from, like, Cal Lutheran or something. That's true.
That's what you compare Jimmer Fredette to.
Cal Lutheran.
Damn,
Jimmer golfers at Cal Lutheran.
Canyon Barry is
not the best in the country. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, you calling them some NAIA players?
Why don't we send even the best of the best college players?
I don't know.
Like, I just don't understand the criteria, how it's selected.
I think it's because there's this narrative that 3-on-3 is different. Not anybody can play 3-on-3. Of course, anybody can. That's why people play 3-on-3.
Right. I mean, literally, you probably start your career playing half-court basketball. Like, how many? At least when I was growing up, playing full court, that was special.
Yes.
Like, in the neighborhoods, you didn't have 10 to 15 guys all the time.
How about this, Drapes? Ward says they needed to scope out Lifetime Fitness in Folsom for the team.
How come my boy, what's his name? Kent Bazemore ain't on the squad.
Mm-hmm.
Kent Bazemore would be killing it
to the
out there.
big 3 than he is to that.
Nah, Kent Bazemore's still getting buckets, Jay.
But he ain't in the league, man. I saw Joe getting buckets.
I don't know. To Whitey's point, I'm not saying
Briscoe.
I know, right? I'm not saying it's not an Olympic sport and shouldn't be an Olympics, but
put your best players.
It's
there.
not. Yeah, it's
this is a charade that that's our best 3-on-3 team. Yeah, they could practice every day for 6 months, and I can find 3 NBA players that are going to beat them.
Right.
Who maybe don't even know each other.
And let me ask you this: are they under the USA basketball umbrella?
I think
you
so,
know what I mean?
know.
Like training in Vegas and all that. I don't know. Are they working out with the national team? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Dwayne with us, Sactown Sports.
Dwayne.
D, what's up? What do you got?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Here's my thing. The Olympics is so watered down these days, bro, that it's not as good as it was before. Everything's an Olympic sport. You can get a gold medal in breakdancing.
Is that true?
It's true.
Yeah.
They did just add that. I did it, man.
It takes away from the integrity of everything. Is just going all to hell, man. You know what I mean? So the Olympics is part of that too. Baseball, football, basketball. It's a phenomenon where the integrity of the game doesn't matter anymore. So the integrity of the Olympics, it's just not as important to us. I turn it on, but I can never catch what I want to watch.
Exactly.
Gotcha, Dwayne.
I don't want to watch swimming. I don't want to watch polo. I don't really want to watch soccer. I hate soccer, man. That's the boringest thing ever. So I just want to let you know that I feel the same way that 3-on-3 shouldn't even be an Olympic sport. It's kind of dumb. If you want to go 3-on-3, you're going to mess with Ice Cube. So I just wanted to let down for you guys, man. Have a great day, fellas.
All right.
Dude, thank you for listening. Right. I'll say this, though. I remember, when I was a kid, the Olympics, you didn't have professionals. So on the one hand, here we are talking about, they don't have the best players. There was a time when the best players weren't. U.S. didn't even allow them to go.
It was amateur.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now it's supposed to be, especially when you look at basketball, the best in the world, your country's best players. We got the best swimmers in the world, the best track and field athletes in the world. We don't have the best 3-on-3 players in the world.
No.
Do we have the best break dancers?
I don't know.
Right. How do you qualify for that?
I hope so. Yeah, shouldn't we? Didn't that start here?
Yes. I mean, we should dominate that competition. But you know what? People don't break dance like they used to.
Right.
This ain't the 80s anymore.
Dancing,
It's it's more glamorous overseas now, I think.
Yeah.
And then here.
My daughter was, for a while, she was in this dance troupe out of Daly City, and they would do shows and compete. Really good. So one time my brother-in-law had seen them compete, and he was with the EPA, and he was overseas in Fiji or somewhere, and he sees these women and they're young girls, they're doing this dance to turn down for what? And he recognizes it, and he videotapes and he sends it to my daughter and says, oh, they're doing the same song that you did. And she looks at it, she goes, they're doing the same dance. They saw our video.
Oh.
So people in Fiji
are doing that video.
Yeah,
and
they saw the video that this troop out of Daly City did. So my point is, it's spreading globally, but it starts here. It starts here.
Yes, I agree. And somebody from the 916 just texted in 916-339-1140. You can hit us up. Talk about killing a sport before it has a chance to gain traction. This is a massive 3-on-3 failure, and it will likely never take off thanks to them rolling out a bunch of dudes you can grab at the local YMCA. Like, if they're not going to take it seriously, why should we take it seriously?
That's what I said.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah,
it's a joke.
By the way,
go ahead. No,
I was just going to point out, Compio says Japan has the best break dancers.
I could see that.
I could see that.
Yeah,
I've been seeing some videos, of people, from Japan and Asian countries. They're breaking it down.
Yeah, that's in their wheelhouse. All right, I'm trying to go over some of this, how you qualify for the 3-on-3. So let's see.
Is there a way that citizens and fans can impeach members of the team? Can we go online?
Who we trying to impeach? Jimmer?
Get people off.
We trying to get
out of here.
Just curious, just theoretical. I don't know. I'm not saying I would want to do that.
So
I'm just wondering if you could.
There are how do teams qualify for the 3-on-3 basketball 24 Olympics? There are 2 phases of qualifications. The first phase ended in November of last year with the top 3 teams from both the men's and women FIBA. So this is a FIBA, I guess, International Basketball Federation sport, ranks them automatically earning a spot. So it sounds like rankings are based on the individual points accumulated by each country's top 25 players, meaning the league. And this is the thing. We have a league over here, and that's not the Big 3, that they actually tour around and play 3-on-3 basketball.
See, that's what I thought came here.
Yes, that's what came here.
That's what came here.
Yes,
okay.
I'll find the name of that league. And so they take the top 25 players, they're the points that they scored, their average. So the number of players, their frequency of playing, and their results all factor in. So your points, the number of players in the league that you have produced, and how often they play. This, however, can come with 2 caveats. As the Olympic host nation, France, they're guaranteed a spot. Also, no more than 2 countries from the same continent could qualify via the method. So, Canada and us.
Mm-hmm. I would say this to Dwayne, and Dwayne didn't ask advice. But if he were to ask me advice, I'd say you just got to be more selective in what you're watching, right? Because he said all these sports, some of that stuff you just got to go not interested and just find whatever it is.
Yeah,
sounds like Dwayne's like me, a little old school. Track and field, basketball, whatever. You just focus on those when those are on.
So here you go. The other thing too, fellas, is
yeah.
They actually have, just like there are pool play. So pool play was in April 12th to the 14th.
Yeah.
Then they had another qualifying tournament, which was May 3rd through the 5th. And then they have Olympic qualify. So universal qualifying, and they just continue to pare down,
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as promised, when we come back, tell you about how the Time Lord could fit into the Kings future on Sactown Sports.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
Quick Quack Car Wash takes the drama out of keeping your car clean.
Let's wash the car. Don't spray the hose inside the car. Oh.
Our convenient wash packages make it easy to get your car soaked, scrubbed, and on your way. Protect your car from sun, rain, and pollen with a ceramic duck wash, and get our in-wash light show and an unbeatable clean.
Oh, the kids filled the gas tank with water.
Of course they did. Quick Quack Car Wash. Come in today and get 25% off any wash.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
101 years ago, the owners of the Field and Flint Company gave its workforce the opportunity to name an exciting new shoe that was different from anything being manufactured then. The company would reward the person who came up with the best name, a generous $50 reward. A factory seamstress suggested the name FootJoy, and the first FootJoy was launched with the tagline, "The shoe that's different." And that line today definitely describes the new FootJoy Tour Alpha Golf shoe. The newly designed stabilizer, the most advanced FootJoy ever created, works to lock you in, allowing you to swing away with full force. And we all know that normally translates to more distance. Available in 3 color combinations, the FootJoy Tour Alpha offers performance leather, superior fit, complete support, and a 2-year waterproof guarantee. I suppose the only question left is, what do you think that seamstress did with her $50 prize? That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those 2 ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
I put my feelings on safety so I don't go shooting where your heart be.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Jay points out that USA is ranked 2nd in the world in 3-on-3 men's, and Serbia is number 1, right? The team that beat USA yesterday.
Okay. And we're the defending gold medalist in women 3-on-3.
Really?
Although they
lost.
They
won gold in Tokyo.
They just lost too, didn't they?
Yeah, they lost last night. Yesterday.
They lost to Serbia?
No, they lost to Germany.
Oh, Germany. That's right. Deutschland. Yeah.
And but what's crazy, fellas, is they have 6 pool games. So this is pool play right now. So even if they go 0-2, they still can finish 500. They can go 3-3.
Speaking of pool play, swimming pool basketball. That's a fun game. That should be in the Olympics. But I guess they kind of have it already.
Man. You cheat, though.
Well, the thing is, how are you going to call it travel? That's the thing about that. Brett Siegel. I believe it was Brett Siegel, and I know he was on with Stiles and Watkins today. He has this to say, Drapes. I know this must have delighted you, and thank you, in fact, for sharing it. In the Western Conference, the Sacramento Kings are another team that has registered interest in Robert Williams. 6'9" center would provide immediate rebounding and defensive depth in the front court behind Domas. Sacramento ranked 14th in defensive rating, 13th in opponents' points in the paint during the season last year. 2 areas that Williams would immediately provide a boost in. First of all, what do you make of that? Kings have registered interest in Williams. What do you think that even means?
Gauging how much it'll cost to get him. You know, we've talked about the Kings needing a shot blocker, rim protector kind of guy, a lob threat. That's what Robert Williams is.
It's a far cry, though, from their pursuing.
Right. It's like exploratory talks, you know. And here's the thing about the NBA, too. Teams talk about players all the time. It's not just like you talk about a player at the trade deadline or during free agency or, you know, you got your target. It's like, what's going on with this guy, you know? And so it may be just exploratory talks. I like the fact that they're interested in a guy like him because he's exactly what we need in terms of a reserve big man, a change of pace guy, a better passer than people, you know, probably talk about with him. And so I kick the tires on it. That's what I feel like they're doing, just some exploratory talks, right?
The whole thing with him, it starts with his health, right? And whether or not he can still go.
41 games over his last 2 seasons, Whitey. So he's missed a season and a half over his last 2.
It's his knee?
Yeah, it's his knee. And he only played 6 games. You know, what's interesting, though, when you look at, you know, when he is available, the one season he played 61 games, I think it was.
Was that 22?
Yeah.
21-22?
Second team all defense.
Oh, yeah. I remember even in the finals that year, we've talked about it. He was playing when he shouldn't have been playing.
Right.
And he was a factor.
Yes. He was 7th in Defensive Player of the Year voting that year. So he is an elite defender. But with him, even more so than Zach LaVine, Brandon Ingram, it's the health. And so the question is, how much would it take to get a guy like that? I'm not giving up much more than a second-round pick. I don't even know if I'm giving up players, and I know you got to make the numbers work.
I was going to ask if you know, not to put you on the spot, but what he's making or how it would help.
What is he, 11 million, I think it was? I got it right here. 12 and a half he's making this upcoming season, then 13.2 the following season. So 2 years left on his deal. He had signed a 4-year, $48 million deal. He has 2 years and about $26 million left. And so
if he was productive, that's a
bargain, exactly. And I know for a fact the Celtics really like this guy. They love this guy, but he couldn't stay on the floor, and that's why they ultimately dealt him. He was a fan favorite in Boston all the time. You know, I follow a lot of Celtics accounts on social media. The numbers when Robert Williams played versus when he didn't play, you know, a couple of years ago, night and day. You're talking about that 2021-22 season, night and day. And so he was a very productive member, but just couldn't stay healthy. That season, Whitey, 10 points, 9.6 rebounds. Double-double guy. Mm-hmm. We could use a guy like that.
Yeah. And refresh my memory, if you would, sir. Time Lord is a nickname because he was late for practice all the time or something? Was that what it was?
Let me run down this story. They call him Time Lord because he was late for his introductory press conference.
That's right.
He got drafted. We all there waiting. Where's he at? Where's he at? I think he either overslept and then missed his flight like that. And so Danny Ainge jokingly, got him an alarm clock, and that's how he nicknamed the Time Lord. Ainge tried to change that nickname, though, because he thought it was kind of disrespectful and said that he was a time traveler, Time Lord.
Yeah,
that's why he was named. But no, he overslept and missed his introductory press conference. He was late for that. Mm-hmm. That's why we call him the Time Lord.
He's actually a good example of why players need to look out for themselves.
Right?
Yes. Because as we've said, that year you could argue he probably shouldn't have played.
Right.
And I think it's very noble that he did play. He's trying to win a championship, but he hasn't been able to stay on the floor since.
Yeah, exactly. And what happens is, you wind up doing more damage than good. I mean, Isaiah Thomas, our guy, IT, a few years ago, same thing. He played through his torn labrum, never was the same afterwards. Trying to give it his all for the team, trying to win a championship, and it ruined his career. I don't know how Robert Williams will play out, but he's a tremendous talent, man. Former first-round pick, high flyer, game changer, can hit the 15 to 17-footer occasionally. He would be perfect for us coming off the bench as a backup big, but I don't want him to come here, get fans excited, and then what happened in Portland happens to us. 6 games, 10 games. We don't need that. If somebody comes, we need them to actually be productive and a part of what we're doing.
I'm a little surprised that the Kings have interest in him, and we don't know the extent to which they have interest, but everything with them this offseason has been offense. And Robert Williams, as you said, he doesn't demand the ball a lot, but he can score. But that he doesn't seem to fit. I wonder if he's more of a, Mike Brown would love to have him than he is like Monty would be pursuing it. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
You mean from an offensive,
exactly.
Not a 3-point threat kind of thing?
It just seems like they're all in on offense.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
I don't know that they should be, but
right,
they are.
Right. I can see how you would think that philosophy-wise. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Brown was all in on this guy. We need a defender, a rim protector. But offensively, too, I think he opens things up for us even offensively. Sure, he's not a 3-point shooter, but his vertical spacing, that lob threat that he provides, and if you could get him for the cheap, think about it. Monty brought in Nerlens Noel. When healthy, he's better than Nerlens Noel. He's a Nerlens Noel type, but with bigger ups, better defender. He just can't stay on the floor.
I think it's fascinating that so many people looking at what's going to happen next in the NBA in terms of teams making roster moves. There's so much focus from those people on Portland. And I know we were kidding, oh, look what we did. Jay got Aaron Fentress on, and he came on, and we just did an interview with him. And everyone has picked up that interview, not because of us, obviously, but because he talked about this Portland situation. And it's so interesting because they got Jeremy Grant. What are they doing with him? They got 3 bigs, right? And then they got Anthony Simons. What are they going to do with all these guys?
They got him, and they just signed what's his name? I mean, they have a number. Devontae Graham at the guard spot.
Yeah.
They have a number of pieces. Remember, Malcolm Brogdon's still on that team too. Yeah. It's like, what are you going to do with him? You got so many guards and so many players, so many centers. And here's the thing: even if Time Lord was healthy, this upcoming season for the Blazers, what is he, their 3rd center?
Yeah.
So it would make sense to move off of him. I'd keep an eye on that because I've always said, too, you know I've said this, the Blazers got to do something. They haven't done anything. They haven't cleaned house or traded anybody. Simons is still there, Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson. Forgot about Scoot.
Brogdon's not there, fellas. Remember, he got traded for Otvia.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it was the Otvia deal. Yep. And they brought in Denny Otvia. And so when you look at the Blazers roster, I'm going to pull it up right now. They have
it's a mismatch.
It's a mismatch.
There's talent there, but it's like, well, that's not a roster.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a random collection of players.
Matisse Thybulle. Thybulle's still there, though, right, Jay? Matisse Thybulle, yeah. Matisse Thybulle is still there. And so I don't know what they're doing out there in Portland.
You know what I saw today, and I think this was somebody from the Bay Area, said, well, if the Warriors can't get Markkanen, they should pursue Jeremy Grant. It's like, no, they shouldn't. I mean, I hope they do, but no, that's not a good idea.
That's not a good for the Warriors. Not a good pivot. No. Is he good for us or no?
Now remember, I've changed my opinion.
Right. Yeah.
Not if I have to give up 2 number 1s for him.
Oh,
good shooter. I'd rather have Cam.
I think the Warriors are at a position, though, Whitey, sort of like the Lakers, where they just need talent. They just need somebody. They need bodies right now. They need productive NBA players. And I don't know if Jeremy Grant moves the needle for them or not, but they got some question marks, man. How good is Wiggins, this upcoming season? If Wiggins can't go, Jeremy Grant fills right in.
I think the Warriors are still looking for, and they probably won't get it now, but they're looking for another star, because they don't have Clay anymore, and they were trying to get PG 13, and they were trying to get Markkanen. So, all right, you're running out of options there, but Jeremy Grant's not one of those guys, and I like Jeremy Grant.
He's not in that category.
No.
I agree with you, but do you just tell Steph, all right, Steph, sorry, this is what we got? Or if you're Steph Curry, you got to get me somebody, right? You got to upgrade. Jeremy Grant may not be Markkanen or PG, but he's better than what they have, right? And so that's the question for Golden State. I think they're in a, if I'm them, if I'm being truthful, I'm building the next phase, and Kuminga is part of that. I don't understand why they would be willing to trade Kuminga. I don't understand why, teams aren't high on Kuminga, but Kuminga to me can be a solid key contributor on a championship level team.
Sounds to me like they've kind of cooled on him a little bit.
Right,
and that surprises me.
Yes.
How great Podziemski.
Podziemski, like somebody said on Twitter the other day, like all Podziemski is Peyton Pritchard with opportunity. You know what I mean? Peyton Pritchard with the minutes. Like Peyton Pritchard could beat Podziemski.
I'd rather have Peyton Pritchard. Personally.
Right, that's I don't know about that, but yeah.
Shooter.
But seriously, I don't understand why they're so high on Podziemski.
When we come back, we'll tell you about some 49er fans today really concerned about Aiyuk maybe getting traded. Is it nonsense? You decide next. Sactown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more. and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage, not available in all states.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Some 49er fans were near panic today. On the pathway to panic. They weren't pounding the panic button. And Brandon Ingram does this, right? He will post stuff that's supposed to scare people. Today, on his IG account, he posted, let's go. And it was something about an agreement with Nike or some sponsorship he's doing. And he had "Let's Go" on there. Now that apparently is the slogan of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So then Steeler fans and 49er fans like, oh, here comes a big trade. And of course there's no trade coming. And I think a lot of times he knows exactly what he's doing.
Right. I was wondering, do you think that was intentional? Well,
if you look up, Brandon Aiyuk IG post, there's a lot of stuff that comes up because he's pretty good at it.
Okay. But did you see the video of him dapping up Shanahan and John Lynch at today's practice?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you should look up that video. I urge everybody out there. It was a legit dap too. It was like, oh, I'm happy to see you. What's up, my guy? And so it came across as like, Sure, things aren't done. Sure, there's a hold-in going on right now, but it doesn't seem to be any bad blood or awkward or anything like that. You should find that video next break. Take a look at it, because the way he dapped up Shanahan.
Well, I'm going to interpret it differently, and I haven't seen it yet. But maybe he's so glad to see them because they agreed they're going to trade him to Pittsburgh.
Nah, come on here.
Let's go.
That's terrible.
You're letting me
terrible.
out. I'm going to be free.
I looked at it totally the other way. I'm like, damn, this guy is
I hope you're right.
He's in a good headspace. He feels fine, Maybe he's encouraged by something. I don't know. Yeah.
I would think if I were him, I wouldn't know what to think right now other than they're not going to give me any more money. So what am I going to do?
Right. And if I'm in a contract dispute, a stalemate, if you will, I might just be standing off to the side by myself or something, or sitting on the bleachers or something like he's walking around, dapping them up when they see him and everything. Like, what's crazy about this too is when you look at it, this is a contract dispute. This guy is not participating because of the contract. And as an employer, I'd be like, come on, man, we need you out here. But in the NFL, it's like, all right, we understand what it is. It's part of it. It's okay. Like, both sides are like, it is what it is, it feels like.
Yeah.
Did you look at it yet? Did Jay send it?
You sending that, Jay? I haven't seen it yet.
I just sent it to you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Jay's going to send it.
Maybe that's what it was. It's like, hey, all right. I'm here, but I ain't working out. What are you guys doing? How's everything?
Dude,
you know what I don't understand? And I'm sure that it's way, way more complicated than I could ever fathom. But just the fact that you got Trent Williams holding out, and it's pretty clear he wants more guaranteed money, right? How is that not taken care of? It's Trent Williams.
But Trent don't need a month of training camp. He don't need 3 preseason games.
They need him. That's true. But they need him a lot more than he needs them. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't understand why. All right, let's work this out. Let's get this.
So are you getting concerned? Is that what I'm hearing? A little bit of concern?
Not
worry?
Concerned, just frustrated. And I don't understand why they seem to be dragging their feet on these things that are so vitally important.
I wonder if this is, to your point, a part of an excuse that, you know what, Trent? We know you're 35, about to be 36.
Mm-hmm.
You're up there in the years. Take a couple weeks off. Report week 3. Report as long as you can play for the second preseason game or something like that. Because if there was any real concern, you would think they'd just get it done. You know what? All right, Trent Williams, we need you. You're a valuable member. Let's get this done. To me, it seems like it smells of this guy's a veteran. Give him a couple extra weeks off. He can report in a couple of weeks. We'll take care of him, and then we'll move on. It doesn't seem like any kind of animosity or anything like that. You watching that video right now?
I am, and I did hear everything you say, and I agree with you. But you're right. This doesn't seem like he walks out on the field. I know he's been hanging out with Lynch, watching practice. But this is like they were almost surprised to see him.
Did you see Shanahan come up and the way he was like, like he hadn't seen him in a while or something like that? So I don't know what to read into that.
It's definitely not bad.
Right. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking if I was a Niners fan, I'm encouraged that you see them hanging out. They're dapping up like that. Because think about it. If Aiyuk is in his feelings about the way he's being treated by them, you're not dapping up like that, right? You're not hanging out with Lynch and everything like that. I think Aiyuk, based on what I saw, I think he understands it's a business. Let's let it play out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any animosity there right now.
I think they're going up to 28. Who was it that signed yesterday with the Bears?
DJ Moore.
Yeah. And I think CeeDee Lamb is very close to a big deal.
Dude, CeeDee's going to get 30 plus.
Yeah. So I think I think they're going to give him 28 than they offered.
And they should. 28 is a good number. That's not disrespectful.
It's probably still a little unfair to him, but if he can make it work, good.
What happened to his trade requests? Demands.
It's still
Is it
active,
still there?
But it's non-binding. It's just, it doesn't matter.
So he just threw it out there into the world.
Yeah.
And whatever happens, happens. It's not. It wasn't.
It's an attempt to generate some leverage, which he doesn't have anyway.
So it didn't have any teeth in it.
None of those
you know what I
things
mean?
did.
It was just like,
It's like my client demands to be traded. Okay, thanks.
all right, back to
We'll see you later. Thanks. Let's go.
Oh man, yeah. If I'm a night, like, my level of concern for Aiyuk went down after seeing that video this morning. It really did.
When you told me about it, I thought, yeah, whatever. Then when you showed it to me, he's like, oh, okay.
It was something there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You want to hear the next 10 in the NFL top 100 players of 2024? Voted on by the players themselves, numbers 30 through 21.
Yeah, sure.
Number 30, Deebo Samuel.
Debo's number 30 in the league?
30. Ayuk was 66.
Come
Debo's
on,
number
man.
30.
Come on.
Though, Drake.
Jay, come
He is
on, bro.
up 31
Come on.
spots.
30?
You think he should be higher?
He's up 31?
Uh-huh.
Come on.
You think he should be higher, Drake?
He should be like 60.
He was last year.
Like,
Number 29, up 9 spots, Khalil Mack.
okay.
Number 28, not on the list last year. Brock Purdy, 28th best player in
This is a joke.
the National Football League.
Okay,
According
Debo's a
to-
little higher than Brock.
According to NFL players.
I'm
Not
just
your rose-colored 49er media. NFL players.
Well, you admitted yesterday you don't think NFL players watch football anyway, and
Some of
no,
them
so
don't.
right. So y'all tell me. Hold
They're
on.
watching film.
No, let me ask you, Jay, because you got your Niners underoos on. You know, you're a card carrying member.
I think do you have a 49er hat on today?
No.
Nah.
It's a red hat. I couldn't tell.
How would you characterize Debo's season last year?
I would say I thought he had a good season. I thought the injury slowed him down a bit. Took him a little time to get back to perform. Yeah,
Solid season.
Yeah, he
The
had a
top
solid
30 players kind of season. That's what I'm saying. I don't get.
But he is top 30 dangerous, and I could see how players could look over and be like, you know what, that dude Debo, ball in the hand, he's gonna run cats. Like, he's very, very dangerous with the ball in his hand, and I think he's one of those things when you look at the scouting report, Debo's there.
That's it. Other players look at that and go, you know what this guy's doing? You know what he's been doing the last couple of years? He's playing 2 positions.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, Pro Football Focus had him 49. Him and Aiyuk were like 48,
Back to
49
back,
back to back.
Yeah.
Top 30 here. All right. What else you got?
Number 27, down 23 spots. Nick Bosa.
Down 23?
Yes.
Jeez.
So he was number 4 last year.
He was pretty damn good 2 years ago. He had a down season for him.
It was like a half and half.
Yeah. I'm
Started
not gonna hate
slow,
on him.
finished well.
I'm not going to hate on him.
Number 20.
Top 15, 20 guy.
Number 26 is Mike Evans.
Ooh, that's high from Mike. I like Mike.
How old is Mike? Like 40, ain't he?
Okay.
God, he seemed like he's been around forever. I got to look him up.
Did you just put him in big 3 category?
Yeah, seriously.
He extended his record of 1,000-yard seasons to 10 to begin a career.
He's only 30
Mike's
years
animal.
old.
That's why I
guys.
thought he's 30. Yeah,
He's only. I feel like
Mike's
he's been
animal.
around
From
forever.
Josh McCown to Jameis, Tom Brady, Baker Mayfield. It
That's
makes no difference.
Mike, put
Who
some
was throwing
respect
the
on
ball?
Mike's name.
Yeah.
Man. Put some respect on his
He's
name.
had 30 quarterbacks. That's my bad.
Number 25 from the Dolphins, Jalen Ramsey. Up 11 spots.
Damn,
24, Giants tackle Dexter Lawrence. 23, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, you put
Damn.
That's high.
Up 44 spots. His teammate, Penei Sewell, number 22. And number 21 is
Yes, sir. I can
we'll
see
get
it.
to that.
Fly, Eagles, fly. He
Was
should
that
be
Saquon?
high.
Who was that?
number 20.
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
Yeah.
He's a stud. You
Hollywood.
can't hate on him. You can't hate on AJ Brown. He's a stud.
Brown
In front of Debo?
Yes, easily.
Oh, come on.
Dude, we're talking about top wide receivers in the game. Easily.
Brown has continued to make the Eagles look like geniuses for trading for and paying a premier wide receiver, says NFL.com.
They're different receivers, first of all, Jay. But
Yes, they are.
And I will say this. Debo's value is in his versatility. Swiss Army knife, does a little bit of everything. But AJ stretching the field.
Yes.
He's a big play receiver. I'm not throwing Debo in that. AJ's a top 5 receiver in the game, Jay. Put some respect on him.
No.
No?
He's not.
No?
Double J's one.
Yep.
I like Devontae Adams in front of AJ
I'm
Brown.
going to give you that.
Give me. Okay,
I'ma
I'll take
give you
it. I'll take it. Thank you. He'll give me. DK Metcalf.
I'll give you that.
Okay.
Watch this, Whitey.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Nope. Okay.
Okay.
Who else?
Let me. Debo.
No. Come
Okay.
on.
Tyreek Hill.
All right. And that would be the fourth. Outside
That's
of
all
that.
you got?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Outside.
Okay.
AJ Brown is, man, come on now. They just gave him $30+ million. Come on now.
Through 2 seasons with the Eagles, 194 catches, 2,952 yards and 18
Hold
touchdowns.
up. How many yards?
2,952, but knee injury week 18. So he's on a redemption tour this year.
So they probably put him down a few spots because of the knee injury.
Maybe
so. Really, he should be ranked higher.
Don't cut me, though. I still got more.
Yeah,
You still got more?
Yeah, Jamar Chase.
That's what I said, and he laughed at me.
Nah. Come on, man.
Mike Evans.
No. AJ Brown? Come on.
CeeDee Lamb.
CD, I like CD. CD's a baller. CD, I think AJ Brown's right on that list.
Steph Diggs.
Nah. Nope. He's a malcontent.
Jalen Waddle.
Nope. Come on now. You're talking about the Dolphins' second best receiver going to be on the same category as the Eagles' best receiver?
You
No,
can't
thank
ask. You're right now. You sound like you're like, oh,
I know. He's asking. See, he's not even confident. He's not confident.
Look, I'm proposing. I'm not saying that they are not.
You guys killing me, man.
Oh, when we come back, who will the Kings face in the home opener? How if you get that
DJ
right,
Moore.
you can
Open the cooler.
win
Come
opening night
on.
tickets. Drive Guys with that next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
You did it, Boston. The Celtics are NBA champions. It's time to come together and celebrate in style. Go to NBAstore.com right now to get all your championship gear. The official locker room collection with t-shirts for the whole crew. The official locker room hat and everything you need to celebrate the Larry O'Brien Championship Trophy. Celtics fans, it's your time, so get your gear. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
The NBA schedule will be out before you know it. If you can guess who the Kings will open at home against, it could actually earn you tickets from the team. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, Drapes, what do you make of this? From Tom to Whitey on the chat. He says, best show on local Sac Sports Radio right here. And that's nice, right? But that's it. Best show on local Sac Radio? I mean,
what do you want him to say?
one of the top shows in the nation, at least. I mean, that's right. I mean, it's a nice thing. Don't get me wrong, but
that's including like Imran show on the weekends, Golf to Go.
Okay,
all that kind of stuff.
I got you.
And so, no, I'll take that. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with them.
It's very nice,
but we aiming for bigger fish out there. It's nice to be the best in Sacramento, which we are. We understand that. Best content, best guests, for sure. No doubt about that. But we trying to be one of the best in the country. No doubt about it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for that. We appreciate it. Family Slagle, we were just talking about Robert Williams.
Yeah.
I look at Williams as a 6'9" center that is athletic. People call him a rim protector. If the Kings go small, I like having our athletic Lyles who can also play the 4. Len is bigger and more efficient, or effective, I should say, in the limited number of minutes. Once Len got a run, the Kings defense became so much more solid. So it's two different. Len is great, but as kind of almost an emergency piece, if Robert Williams is healthy, he's way better than Alex Len. And I love Alex Len.
He's more impactful.
Yeah.
He can change the game defensively, talking about Robert Williams.
But only if he can run.
Only if he can run. Right, exactly. And if you do a deal for him, you got to be sure of his medicals. That's why anything more than a second-round pick, and maybe some salary filler, I'm not sure I would do that if I'm the Kings. It's just too much of a risk.
Yeah.
You don't give away one of your top 8-9 guys and maybe a pick, first rounder, for a guy you're not even sure about. So.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do think it's interesting that you were willing to take on some risk with Zach LaVine, not to, back all that up again and go back over all that, but you were willing to take on some risk with him.
Yeah, that was before DeRozan.
Yeah, I know.
And the thing about Zach LaVine versus Robert Williams, Zach LaVine has multiple healthy seasons. Robert Williams doesn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his best season was when he played 61 games. He still missed 21 games that year. And so there's a huge difference. Zach LaVine, I mentioned it before this last season. I mean, 75 games he played, or 77 2 seasons ago. Like, that guy has a longer history of being healthy than Robert Williams. The knock on Robert Williams from the day he arrived in the league is he hasn't been able to stay on the floor.
Yeah, if there's any chance that he's healthy, he'd be a fantastic addition for somebody.
He would. And the more I think about it, the more I think if the Kings do make a move, Whitey, it's going to be in the trade variety. We talked about Precious Achiuwa, who just signed with the New York Knicks. I don't think the Kings are in the market anymore for any free agents or anything like that. It has to come by way of trade if they are going to make a move. And I don't think it's going to be a big splash. I don't even know if Cam Johnson is really a thing they would do, meaning I think it'll be a smaller move, or Robert Williams or something like that.
Yeah, I want them to get Cam, but I would think that if they were going to, they might have already done that.
Right, exactly.
Maybe even on the night of the draft, they could have done
it. Yeah. And you got to look at a team like Brooklyn, Cam Johnson. What about Finney Smith? We talked about him, what are some of these teams that are sort of tanking or not doing too well? You would think there'd be a sell-off of some sort. Shoot, the Chicago Bulls. Why they still got Vucevic? Why they still have Zach LaVine? It's maybe the market isn't good for those guys, but I expected more trade movement this offseason, and it hasn't been.
Did you hear this? Whatever you want to call it, scuttlebutt, that the Nets have been talking or may have interest in Isaac Okoro in a sign-and trade involving Isaac Okoro to the Nets in exchange for Dorian Finney-Smith, or maybe even Cam Johnson. Cleveland really has interest in both Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson.
That would be huge for them, right?
Yeah.
If they got both too.
Yeah, I don't even know if they could.
Yeah, I don't know if they
because
could.
If you did a sign and trade, then you're hard capped, and I'm not even sure.
Right,
they could do that.
But if Cam Johnson goes elsewhere, is that a kick in the man region? If you're a Kings fan,
no. I mean, it would be. I'd be very disappointed, but he's not. You still would rather have a little more size there.
Okay.
I would celebrate it, but I still think, don't you? They need a little more
girth.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say.
I know you were thinking
it. Yes.
Girth. Yeah, they need a little more size. I think a little more beef if you
They need a
will.
little more Dr. Pash in San
Dr.
Francisco.
Pash.
I could talk to you about.
Don't do it. Don't do it. By the way, where's Carmichael Dave at anyway? You talk about vacation.
Austria or
you
something.
talk about vacation. How's this guy still on vacation? He's been gone 2 weeks already and gone next week too.
See, I never know because I can never tell when he's gone.
Right.
He's gone. Okay.
Just look at the numbers. When he's gone, they're up. When he's here, they're down. Let Dave cook. Let Dave cook.
But I thought he was in Austria. I thought I saw something to that effect. Good for him. That's a tough. You ever work mornings? It's not an easy.
No, I never did. Never was.
I thought I liked it. Did it forever. I thought this is great. And when I stopped, it was like, man, that's really hard.
What was the hard part about it? Just waking up?
Going to bed so early and getting up so early and always being sleepy and not to complain. It's a great job and a lot of people have done it for a long time and Dave does it really well. But all I'm saying is he deserves a little vacation.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying they're giving out vacation time here. May have to take a couple of weeks coming up. So
how much vacation time do you
don't worry
have?
about my contract, big fella. All my vacation is above board. Let me just say that. It's all above board. You gotta understand, man. I'm like, who was that baseball player? If you don't extend me, I'm not gonna pitch. That's if you don't give me this, I'm not gonna play. I'm just saying, you gotta recognize your value.
Yesterday, I was driving home after the show, and I saw a billboard near Hagen Oaks, and it was a billboard for the Kings. And I didn't know that maybe they've done this before. I'd never noticed it. And they say if you can guess who the Kings are playing on opening night at home, you could win tickets to the game. Have you heard of that? I think that's
I think I did hear about. Yeah. You like that?
I do.
Do we know who it's going to be like? Do you have a guess?
I have a guess, but I don't know. And you go to their website, and we have nothing to do with it. But I saw it, and since we do have their games, I thought I'd mention it. And then they'll have a drawing from all the correct answers, and somebody's going to win a couple of tickets to opening night. And there's other things you can.
Everybody should. If you guess it right, give them free tickets.
You said everybody, huh?
Yeah,
everybody. Come on, man.
Game?
You act like we hurting, bro.
Right.
We not hurting. We got people actually buying the tickets, Jay. We ain't just giving away free.
Listen, get back to the community. The Kings could do a great job, even if it's one section, 118. Give them the whole section.
I don't know. I guess they could. I thought it was kind of a cool promotion, but I'm saying, like I said before, and you shot this down, but I understand why you did. I'm saying it's the Lakers because they want Bronny on his first game as a pro to be in Sacramento like his dad. But I know you have a number of reasons why that won't work. But that'd be my guess. If I was in that contest, I'd go with the Lakers.
That's a good guess, though. It's good reasoning behind that. I have a different guess.
And first, the reason why you said mine wasn't great, you said they're not going to want to waste opening night on the Lakers, right?
Right. The Lakers are going to play opening night.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the Kings home opener, though. Like the Kings opener.
Maybe.
Which could be different than, I think it's going to be the Pelicans.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think the league has a weird sense of humor. I think that it's a statement game. I think the league knows we got our butts handed to us 6 times last year. I think the Warriors-Kings thing might be cooling down just a little bit.
Last year they played 7 times in the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah, and it could be. I say either Pelicans or Warriors. That's my guess.
Pelicans.
Mm-hmm. I think so, just because of the history, us getting, like I said, our butts kicked. It can be sort of a new rivalry maybe coming up.
I would like to see that from the Kings standpoint because that's one of the things you have to do this year is beat them at some point, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, let's open up. Let's do it. Hold up. Another brother on NBC. I'm sorry. Interviewing Snoop Dogg. Who's that, Jay? I don't know who that guy is.
I gotta see. Let me pull it up.
You know what it is? They put them during midday when it's like midnight out there in Paris. You know what I mean? I don't know who it is. I mean, I don't know what event it is, but I'm like, who's this guy? This is shocking.
Did you happen to see what we'll talk about this when we come right back? Did you see what Clyde Drexler said about the Dream Team?
No.
Okay, I don't think you're gonna like it. We'll get to that next. We'll look at what Team USA did today to South Sudan when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Got beach volleyball on right now. You ever play beach volleyball? It's really fun. I didn't play a lot of volleyball. But then,
a little bit, just,
my daughters played, so we get out and play a little bit. I have no idea what I was doing. It's a fun game.
Yeah, nothing too serious, but, just happen to be on the beach hitting it back and forth.
We were in Hawaii once. We were in Honolulu, and we were playing, and it was getting dark, and we're in this park, and the cops came out like, hey, you're going to have to leave the park because, it's sunset. And I said, so we were ahead, so we're winning, right? And he said, sir, you're going to have to leave. He wasn't here. Sir, you're going to have to get out of here. All right.
All right.
Today at the Olympics, USA basketball 103 over South Sudan 86. My box score is still just all jacked up here.
Come on, man.
But a big win, 26-14 first quarter. They cruise from there. So USA 2-0, and they really haven't been challenged yet. Other than a few moments of the Serbia game, it was, if you squinted, you could say, hey, this is kind of close.
And, I got to give Team USA some credit. They've handled their business. And Serbia is a decent team. They got a number of NBA players on that squad.
They got Bogdanovic,
the three-time MVP, Jokic. And they made quick work of them. And so this USA team, a lot of people were giving them some flack for struggling during the exhibition friendly season, but they've rebounded and look pretty good out there.
Mm-hmm. Tatum only played 17 minutes, scored 4 points. So he played today, but he didn't play a ton, and he wasn't able to do much. Let's see who was leading scorer today. 18 for Bam Adebayo.
My boy Bam out of the Bayou, yes.
Mm-hmm. Kevin Durant had 14. So this just is a team with too much talent. It's interesting. Sam Amick today in The Athletic wrote that one of the things the Team USA wanted to do was get Steph Curry going. Mm-hmm. Steph Curry today 1 for 9, 0 for 6 on threes.
Yeah, he didn't look good today. And he got cooked defensively. Like, they went after him.
Serbia did that too.
Yeah, like Steph's defense is a little suspect. And so
it's like watching Jimmer Fredette on the 3-on-3.
Right. Teams went after him. And so, but think about this. Steph Curry struggles and you still dominate. You still win easily. And, I would just say this. When you look at Team USA, and it's a different role for a lot of these guys. Let's say Tatum, for instance. He's used to having a rock in his hands, dancing with it, playing with it. Anthony Edwards, Devin Booker, all these guys are used to really being the focal point of their teams and cooking, getting 20 shots. I got the box score right here. Tatum. Hopefully my box score is a little more updated than yours, Whitey. 4 shots. Do you got 4 shots?
Yeah, mine finally updated.
2 for 4.
17 minutes, 2 for 4.
2 for 4. When's the last time Tatum played a game and only had 4 shots?
That's why I agree with you. You look at White, who's used to being kind of a facilitator, and he scores 10 points on 3 shots in 17 minutes. He's like rock solid.
That's his role.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not doing anything different.
Yep, getting in where he fit in.
3 steals.
Have
you ever seen a guard block shots at the rim as well as
I saw your tweet about that too. and he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's length, timing, whatever, but the way he gets after it, even in the NBA, it's truly it's a game changer for sure. When you have a defensive guard like that can challenge at the rim, that's huge.
Every time he does it, I'm surprised, but now I'm getting to the point where I have to realize, all right, he's really good at that.
Yes.
Can't be surprised anymore.
Right. And I think when you look at Team USA, he's probably the one guy that's earning more respect versus the others. Like, if Derek White wasn't a household name, people are now seeing just how valuable he can be. Remember when Kawhi, they took him off, put on Derek White. They're like, Derek White? Why would you put, now we see that dude is balling out, man. He plays so well.
See if you agree with this. Watching this team is one of the things I thought of after last game. Team USA, they don't play together as much as some of the other teams. They haven't been on the court together as much. One of the ways they can compensate for that is if any one of their players in any given game, any one of them gets hot. Like in the first game was Durant, right?
Yes.
Like Serbia can't match that. Kevin Durant, when he's playing well, it's like no other country can match that. So it's difficult because all the guys are trying to fit together, but all it takes is one guy. And today was Bam Adebayo, and last game it was Durant. One guy goes off, and the other team has no chance.
Yeah, and it sort of opens up the floodgates, right?
Yeah.
It becomes contagious, and they look for him, and they find the same guy. Like Kevin Durant in that game against Serbia, he changed that game, Whitey. It was a close game. He came on, and USA's offense finally got going. Bam Adebayo. How about Bam knocking down 2 corner threes out there today? He was fantastic. And so you're right. The thing that the USA has that no other team has, maybe if you want to throw Canada in there, okay, I'll allow you to do that, but not as much. Devin Booker can get hot. Tatum can get hot. LeBron, Steph, Durant, Anthony Edwards. We got like 6-7 guys that can gas you for 15, 20 points just like that. And nobody else has that.
Yeah, it's funny. At one point today, watch the game, they said, Ian Eagles kid says, and then the USA has all their reserves in. You look at who they are, it's like,
right.
I don't think it matters.
Did you see the bench scoring and when it was all said and done? At one point, it was like 40-5 or something like that. I'm doing it now. I can't even add it up. It's so much. The way we outscored them bench scoring wise, it was just so much during this game.
Do have a little bit of a depth advantage. I wanted to see what you thought of this story. Now, I just saw this today, and it looks like it's from a book that may have been out a while. So I apologize if this has been out a while. I was not aware of it. Jackie McMullen, you probably know Jackie.
My girl Jackie. We got to get her on the show. That's a good guess.
Yeah.
That's a good guess.
She wrote a book, Dream Team, about, people are still fascinated with that incredible 1992 Olympic team. Clyde Drexler says, this is not funny. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Let me hear it.
Quote, he couldn't play much by that time. Talking about Magic. He couldn't play much by that time. He couldn't guard his shadow. You have to understand what was going on then. Everybody kept waiting for Magic to die. Every time he'd run up the court, everybody would feel sorry for the guy. And he says, if we all knew Magic was going to live this long, I would have gotten the MVP of that All-Star game. Magic probably would not have made the Olympic team. Why would you say that?
Nah. I disagree with part of that regarding Clyde Drexler. I mean, think about it. Magic made the team, right? Bird also made the team. Bird wasn't at his height at that time. So it was Bird a sympathetic
Bird was a shadow
of himself at that point. And so Clyde's just speaking nonsense. And then for him to say, I would have won the MVP. Shut up, dude. Shut up. You didn't.
Such a bad look.
Yeah, that's a real bad look. And I will say regarding that All-Star game, it's one of the greatest, as a kid, I loved watching that one. I could see, Magic got way more opportunities. Remember, late in the game, it was just one-on-one. Let's see what Magic can do. And so there was some of that. But to say he would not have made the Olympic team, and let's not forget, Whitey, Magic was still playing at a high level when he decided to step away because of HIV.
Right.
He had just led the Lakers to the finals, back in 91.
And this was a 92.
92. So it wasn't like the dude was 5 years removed or 45 years old. he was still relatively in his prime. And so, yeah, that's a bad look for Clyde
Really
Drexler.
bad. It's just stunningly bad. Because, again, why in the world would you say that? I remember that All-Star game, and I remember I was watching with my daughter, Lonnie, and it was cool, you know? And, yeah, there was a sense, as you say, it's like, this is kind of it's a celebration of Magic.
Right,
It's
right.
like a payback to Magic for everything he gave us.
Right.
But it felt to me like it was very appropriate.
Right,
It was still
exactly.
a celebration. Look what he's doing. This is great.
Exactly. And the fact that he still had to make the shots in that All-Star game. Remember the three-pointers he had? He had like 2 or 3 in a row late in the game with guard by Isaiah, Jordan, Pippen, and he's still not. And so to me, what Clyde Drexler is doing is sort of diminishing Magic and who he was at that point.
Yes, that's what he's trying to do. But ultimately, he's just diminishing Clyde Drexler.
Yeah.
Right? And it's sad.
And I'm a
Every which
Clyde
way.
guy. I like Clyde. You know, the ball player, I thought he was great. You know, he was the second best shooting guard in the league for a stretch behind Michael Jordan. And, yeah, it's kind of sour grapes there. I would have, won the All-Star MVP. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, it's just I was stunned when I saw that today. And you haven't seen, or I haven't seen, a lot of negativities that around that team, you know, that whole story. And, you know, they're human beings. I'm sure there's stuff that's going on, but this is the first glimpse I've seen of any sort of, you know, unhappiness or resentment on that squad.
Yeah. Well, remember, Karl Malone had some, though.
Did he?
Yeah. Karl Malone was.
Surprise.
Yeah, exactly. Surprise, surprise, surprise. He was sort of, I don't want to say a Magic hater at the time, but he was against Magic.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah, you remember that, right?
Yeah, he had health concerns. he
Yeah.
said. Yeah.
Health concerns. Yeah. And so, yeah, man. When did that book come out? That's an old book that Jackie Mack wrote, or is it something new?
It's not clear. I'll have to check on that. I hadn't heard of the book before. Yeah. Jack McMullen's book, Dream Team. Let me check on that.
Yeah, let's look that up. Dream Team, Jackie Mack, and tremendous writer, tremendous author. 2013 it came out.
Okay.
2013.
Wow. All right. So I had never heard that story.
Now hold on.
No, that's
Is it Jack?
McCollum.
That's Jack McCollum.
Right.
Did they get the author wrong on that?
You know, this whole thing is, yeah.
What site you on, man?
McMullen.
What site you on there, dude?
Yeah, see,
MSN.
NBA journalist Jackie McMullen in her book Dream Team. Then you go on there, Dream Team, and it's written
Jack
by,
McMullen.
Jack McCollum.
McCollum, yeah.
Wow.
Dude, I'm done.
What have I stumbled
That is
into?
bad.
What you doing?
Dude,
White?
that is hard. I'm not blaming Whitey.
No,
it's
I'm
the
telling
article.
you, it's right there. Yeah, you got to be really careful about what
That's
you say.
horrible.
Yes.
Who wrote that?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to double check on.
I see something on Basketball Network. It's Damian Peters is mentioning.
That's
this.
the one. Caution.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta watch that, man.
Maybe we'd never heard that before because it never actually happened.
Right.
I'll be looking into that. Maybe after
Jack
issuing.
McCallum is the person who wrote Dream Team.
Yeah,
Right.
Not Jackie
is
McMullen.
a different person entirely. Wow.
Wow.
Our apologies to, let's see, Clyde Drexler. I'll start there. We'll check on that. And to you, dear listener and viewer. We're going to clean up that mess. When we come back, we're going to talk to Melissa Lockhart from The Athletic. Did you see what the A's did to the Giants last night?
Yes.
Yeah. So what does that mean for the Athletics and their Sacramento future? We're coming right back with that on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Quick Quack Car Wash takes the drama out of keeping your car clean.
Let's wash the car. Don't spray the hose inside the car.
Our convenient wash packages make it easy to get your car soaked, scrubbed, and on your way. Protect your car from sun, rain, and pollen with a ceramic duck wash and get our in-wash light show and an unbeatable clean.
Oh, the kids filled the gas tank with water.
Of course they did. Quick Quack Car Wash. Come in today and get 25% off any wash.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa. And this is Scott Marsh. Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
To afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
All right, before we get any further, let's clean up the mess here a little bit. The book by Jack McCallum, Dream Team, did include some controversial views from Clyde Drexler on Magic Johnson. That's in the book. The article that I was looking at had the wrong author, but it's in the book. Clyde Drexler did say those things about Magic. We know that because Magic was asked about it, and Magic said, that's how I felt. That's how he felt. He says, I just think Clyde Drexler should have said it to my face. So that all happened, Drapes.
Oh, Magic ready to give him that two-piece no sauce.
Yeah.
Say it to my face. You know, that's hey, if you want to talk some smack.
Yeah, the name of the author was wrong in the piece, but that all actually happened. Now let's move on to more pleasant things.
I was about to say, Jackie McMullen is still great.
Yes.
And shout out to Jack McCallum on the book, Dream Team.
Yes. Speaking of writers, our next guest, senior editor, staff writer at The Athletic, member of the Baseball Writers of America Association, Melissa Lockhard with us. How are you today, Melissa?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing fine. Thanks so much for your time. As you know, Sacramento fans are feeling a lot of different emotions about the A's leaving Oakland, coming here, but baseball fans are excited. The A's are playing better lately. Is this is something coming together for them, in your opinion, or is this a kind of a summer mirage right now?
I think they are definitely much better than they were, say, at this point last year. I think you see a lot of elements of the offense, especially coming together, a lot of young players that, maybe weren't even with the big league team at this point last year, or were just getting started, that have sort of established themselves now. It's still kind of a bang or bust kind of offense where if they don't hit home runs, it's hard for them to score, which isn't probably a particularly sustainable way to run an offense. But there's definitely a lot of talent there, to work with. The bullpen has been really good this year. It'll be interesting to see how, losing Lucas Erceg is going to impact them. The rotation is definitely, I think, the biggest work in progress still. Starting pitching kind of dictates how far you go in Major League Baseball. So we'll see how that goes, but definitely a better team than, say, 12 months ago.
Melissa Lockhart joining us. Melissa, I'm looking at the standings, 45-64, and I got to just imagine what it's like being inside that clubhouse, being inside that dugout, with everything that's going on with the organization, the future of the franchise, where they're going to be playing, having an owner that isn't investing in the team. I just want to give some love to the players, because it has to be difficult. Have you gotten any sense from them, their thoughts on the state of the franchise and how it might be impacting them?
I think they've done a very good job of kind of closing ranks. I think Mark Kotze, as the manager, has done a very good job of keeping them focused on only the things they can control. And obviously everything that happens off the field is nothing that they can control. So it's a pretty tight-knit group. I mean, I think, the one thing about young teams is that usually when that young team comes together, they've been playing with each other for a little bit of time. And so you see some guys that have been friends for a few years that get up there. And I think they're excited to play together. I think you saw yesterday, Brent Rooker was quoted as saying that he was really happy he wasn't traded. And, from everything I've talked to him in the clubhouse and stuff, I believe him. I mean, I think he likes the group of players he's with. This is the organization that gave him an opportunity. Now, when it comes time for him to be in a position to get paid, I think that might be a different story. But I think for the moment, they've really got kind of a, tunnel view of what they're trying to accomplish, and it's really all on the field, and the rest of it is just sort of stuff they have to block out right now.
Yeah, to that point, Melissa, and you may know this already, but I was listening to our station and listening to the game last night, and Ken Korak and they were talking about how tight-knit the clubhouse seems to be, all things considered, which surprised me a little bit, but good for them. Melissa Lockhard is with us from The Athletic. I want to ask you again, since the A's are coming here next year, presumably, what kind of state is the minor league system in? Can we expect a number of players over the next several years to be making their major league debuts here in Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're moving guys pretty quickly, the ones that they like, Yeah. So I think, oddly enough, you may see them in back-to-back games where they're playing for, the Aviators, and then they come up and they're playing for the A's the next day. So I don't really quite know how to even put that kind of concept into we'll have to see it when we see it. But yeah, no, I mean, I think like you saw Jacob Wilson, their top prospect, made his debut and unfortunately injured his hamstring on his first run home after his first at bat. But, I think they think he's going to be a star in this league. They took Nick Kurz this season with the number 4 pick, and I think he's going to move pretty quickly. I don't know if he comes up next year, but he may come up the year after. I think that minor league baseball in general now, sort of the top guys move fast and then the rest sort of fill in spaces. It's a very different system than we saw before the pandemic and before the leagues were sort of restructured and we lost short season. So, I mean, I think you're going to see guys kind of shoot through there. And I do think in all seriousness, there's going to be a lot of situations where, some fan went to a River Cats game and then the next week they see the same player with the A's, So it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. But the system is certainly not one of the top systems right now, but it is getting better.
Hey, Melissa, big win for the A's yesterday over the rival Giants in the Bay Bridge series. They're back at it tonight. How much should we give the A's credit, and how much should we give the Giants blame and where the teams are right now? Is it a situation where the A's are just playing great right now, winners of 7 under their last 10, or are the Giants reeling a little bit right now?
Well, I mean, I think it's sort of like, how much did you read into the Giants' 4-game winning streak against the Rockies, right? Like every series is very different. Teams can go hot and cold really quickly. I think, one thing to note is that the A's in particular are hitting really well against left-handed pitching right now. And one interesting thing that has sort of developed, Giants obviously have a very talented starting rotation, but it's extremely left-handed. And so if they do match up with, teams and that hit lefties well, that could be an issue in a short series. But generally speaking, I don't know you can read too much ever into any one game. But I do think, the Giants are clearly nowhere where they want to be right now. And, at this point, with the exception of maybe Matt Chapman and then some of the pitchers that are rounding into place, the offseason acquisitions are not giving them the same energy that their younger players are. So, at this point, maybe the younger players are the ones you start to focus on.
Melissa Lockhard is with us from The Athletic. Melissa, I know this is a question you could probably spend a lot of time answering, but it's to the extent that you can distill it to its essence, who or what is the cause of the general malaise that seems to be surrounding the Giants right now?
That's a tough one. I mean, I think they're kind of caught between. I think they are an organization for the last few years that haven't exactly known who they want to be or where they want to be. I think sometimes they've wanted to go young and sometimes they've wanted to invest in big splashy acquisitions. And they've done a little bit of both, and they've sort of found themselves with a very expensive roster that maybe it's better players are the guys that don't make a lot of money. It's tough because they're in a market that wants to see stars, but if you don't get the right stars, you end up with a very awkwardly put together roster. And I think right now the roster is sort of awkwardly put together. At some point it maybe would have been beneficial to kind of commit to one lane or the other rather than to sort of play both sides. But at this point it is what it is, and they have to sort of figure it out. And of course, as I said, starting pitching is really how you win in Major League Baseball. And now that pitching is healthy, we can see, I mean, the way that the playoff system is set up now, there's a chance for even pretty mediocre teams to sneak in. So, we'll see what happens over the next couple months.
Hey, Melissa.
Very diplomatic answer.
All right. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Did I play both sides there?
Didn't offend anybody. Didn't piss anybody off, but I'm going to press you on it, Melissa. I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily here. When you look at Farhan, and you talked about the big names, would you say that the effort has been there? Like he's tried to get the big names and just swung and missed? And if that's the case, is there something about the organization that's leading players not to come here? What's your read on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of different things. Free agency is not easy because you can't just decide this is the guy you want, right? Like they have to decide they want you. And for whatever reason right now, a lot of the bigger name free agents have not chosen to come to San Francisco for whatever reason. I think we can make a million generalities. I don't know that they're always really that accurate, but I think, ultimately, if given the choice, I'm not so sure that some of those pursuits are even what Farhan Zaidi would have wanted to go after. His core is a GM maybe wasn't to do that, but I think there was some external pressure to kind of make a splash in a particular way. And there was a lot of time. I mean, I don't want to say wasted because I don't know that you ever waste time trying to talk to Shohei Ohtani, but there was a lot of time and energy that's invested in those pursuits. And when they don't come together, what else was missed during that period of time? So obviously the last couple of off seasons have not gone the way that the organization needed them to go. And at that point, they are where they are here. I think the main thing really has to be, if you look at yesterday and you look at the type of players that were traded, big stars don't get traded anymore. And so if you develop good players, you're always better off. So they need to be at a point where they're developing their own stars, and then those stars stay. Logan Webb stayed. So I think that's where the focus has to be, but I don't know that the fan base has the patience for that. That makes sense. Right. It's a tough market. So, the Buster Posey didn't appear out of nowhere. He was developed, but it's been a long time since then, so people forget, I think, is kind of the thing that's happened a little bit. So I don't know. I don't know what happens with him, but it's not where it needs to be at this point.
Yeah, Melissa Lockhard is with us. To that point, I heard again last night on the broadcast, Chris Townsend pointed out there was not a single top 100 prospect that was traded yesterday. Teams are hanging on to their prospects. Melissa, as far as the San Francisco issue, which of these, if any, resonate with you in your opinion? The ballpark still is not hitter friendly because it's so cold. Players have issues with the city. I know that supposedly Seiya Suzuki came out and didn't like the way the city, he thought it was too dirty. Maybe the team isn't winning enough. What would you say would be one of the reasons, if there are any of those, that are reasons why free agents are not flocking to San Francisco?
Yeah, I mean, I think in every single one of those pursuits, elements of each of those things could have played a role. But I think ultimately money is the thing that plays the role in each negotiation, right? I'm not so sure, if the money is equal and you have a chance to go to Hollywood or you have a chance to go to San Francisco, historically people have chosen to go to Hollywood. So I don't know that we can blame the city or we can blame the ballpark or anything else for a situation like that. But, in many of those cases, the ultimate contracts that were offered, may have been a little bit better. So, money still talks. I think that's the main thing. Success also talks, when organizations start to win, there is a certain positivity that comes along with that. And there hasn't been that momentum the last couple of years. to help in those pursuits. But every individual negotiation is so different that I don't know if you could fully generalize that it's one particular thing. As a hitter, though, I mean, if you're trying to go after home run records or whatever, it certainly might be a turnoff to have to come to that ballpark. That being said, it's not like Barry Bonds didn't set all those records at that ballpark. So,
right.
I feel like it's a little bit of a cop-out if you're a home run hitter. But I think, in the case of Aaron Judge in particular, right? Like, here's a guy who grew up here. He knows what the area is like. There was none of those turnoffs existed for him at all. But he was a New York Yankee, and he'd been born and raised a New York Yankee as a professional baseball player. If you can develop those kind of players, you're always going to have a better shot of keeping them than if you're trying to bring them in from the outside.
Well, Melissa, as we wrap it up here, as you know, cold weather ain't going to be an issue in Sacramento next year. Nobody's going to worry about that.
At least not. No.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it very much. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, talk to you later.
From the Baseball Writers Association of America,
yes,
Melissa Lockhard. She's very diplomatic in her response about the A's farm system. It's better than it was.
Right,
they got some nice players in there.
Yes. Didn't take any shots. Didn't piss anybody off. Very professional. Good interview.
See, you could be that way more when it comes to Brock Purdy.
Why you always lying?
And when we come back, whether the 49ers win the Super Bowl or not, could come down to this Purdy-Shanahan dynamic.
Ooh, yeah.
It's coming up.
Okay.
Sactown Sports.
Your gas light's on. We need to fill up.
Gas around here is too expensive.
Don't drive all over searching for the lowest prices. Just download the free Upside app and get cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying gas? I'm stopping now to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. That's promo code GIFT.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Time for Confessions of a Griller. I have to admit, I'd always been a charcoal griller, and I've recently switched over to the Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers, which are amazing for a couple of reasons. The grill's always ready. With charcoal grills are fine, but it takes so long. And, is the grill ready? I don't know. Let me go check. The Napoleon Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers, the grill is always ready, and I save so much time. Of course, the main thing is the food. Is it good? It's delicious. So you want to bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meals with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers made with premium stainless steel. Napoleon grills and accessories now available at your nearby Amy's Ace Hardware in Sacramento and now El Dorado.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Oh, typical. Appreciate that you're with us, but, we're going to talk about Brock Purdy. So what happens, Jay? Drapes leaves. That's just so disrespectful, isn't it?
Yeah, he's avoiding the scene.
Yeah, he knows that we're going to talk about Brock Purdy, so he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, you know how it goes. Running from it. All of a sudden got a business meeting. Call from his children.
Yeah.
How'd you guys Kings need him to come do a quick 15-minute segment. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on when Purdy's mentioned.
Yeah, got to go downstairs and sign for some Kirkland golf balls.
I'll tell you what, I have nothing to add to a Brock Purdy conversation. My position has been clear since day one. I'm not going to be roped into any slander or anything like that.
Would you like to hear Brock Purdy's thoughts on his interceptions in camp?
What'd he say?
He might be talking directly to you after the way you blasphemed him yesterday.
All right.
Brock Purdy. This is a courtesy of Coach Yak on Twitter. Right now is the time for us to go out and experiment. Can I fit it in this window on this hitch? Can I look off Fred or Flan or let's see, or Devondre in a certain way, make that throw backside? You got to try it out. In a game during the season, it comes down to protecting the ball every snap, every play. So you can't necessarily try those things out. But right now we can't. My mindset is to protect the ball. But let's be aggressive. Let's try this out. Let's figure it out. There's a time and a place where I'm like, this is practice, and I'm going to drop back and try this out. And then you figure out if it can be a part of your game or not for the season. End quote.
The lack of accountability is baffling to me. Like, this is the
accountability for a training camp
interception. Just say,
7?
Why doesn't he just say, yeah, I wish I could have had those throws back. I got to be better. Fortunately, it's training camp. Once the season comes, I'll be better. Don't make excuses, Brock. Come on now. If my boy Jalen Hurts said that, Whitey, you'd be all over me right now. Jay would too. That reeks of not taking accountability.
It reeks of a young player who is taking steps to make this offense more of his own, which is one of the absolute keys to how much success they're going to have this season.
So you think Kyle's on board with the interceptions and him taking it on his own?
It's a good question. I don't know. But how far he's able to push that with Kyle's blessing is going to go a long ways towards them actually being a team that can make those plays when they need them, rather than a team that has a quarterback looking over his shoulder like, Kyle, is it all right? Can I do that?
Ego ruins a lot of teams, and that's what this is.
Really?
Brock showing a little bit of an ego right now. What was the quote again? What did you say? He was sort of taking over, trying some things, asserting himself. Dude, sit back, throw it to where Kyle tells you to throw it, and be quiet.
You got to try it out. In a game during the season, it comes down to protecting the ball every snap, every play. So you can't necessarily try those things out. But right now we can.
Keep going. It was more, right?
Yeah. My mindset is to protect the ball, but let's be aggressive. Let's try this out. Let's figure it out. There's a time and a place where I'm like, this is practice, and I'm going to drop back and try this out. Then you figure out if it can be a part of your game or not for the season. That's brilliant.
That's not brilliant. So you're okay with your quarterback throwing interceptions in training camp? If I'm a fan, if I'm a fan, I want my quarterback to be perfect. And I know it can't be, it's not always going to happen that way, Whitey. But I don't want my quarterback taking chances. The reason you practice is to become sharp. Now, you're not trying out. Leave that to the coaches with the play calling.
I think for Brock Purdy to get even better, which I know it's hard to imagine as phenomenal as he was last year, for him to get even better, he's going to have to get more comfortable with taking more chances in the offense. I really do. Here's what he said, and this was not today. he was talking about this push and pull with Shanahan. There's a fine line. I'm not going to walk out this year going, all right, I've played enough football. I'm going to just start calling my own things, and Kyle's going to 100% trust me. No,
Right.
I've still got to learn and believe and trust that what he's calling is right, and I'm going to play within that system. If I ever do something, if I ever see something, I can do it. But I've got to be able to come back to the sideline and tell him why I did that.
See, this is the problem with what Brock is saying right there. And I hear him totally. I get it. He wants to, show his growth as a quarterback.
Right.
He wants to prove to the coaches, I can do this. But there's a fine line, Whitey. Soon he becomes Josh Allen, gunslinger, throwing it into double coverage. Interception rate goes up. One of the reasons why Brock Purdy has had the success that he's had is because he takes care of the ball. One of the reasons Kyle Shanahan has the faith in him that he does, because he sticks to the game plan. He doesn't freelance. He doesn't try to do too much. That's what's made him great in this offense. You've said it. Jay said it. Josh Allen, a gunslinger, might not fit with Kyle Shanahan as much. The reason why Kyle believes in Brock is because he can mold him. Now, Brock is like the kid. Mr. Miyagi trained him. Now he's going out into his own world, and he's going to realize, if I just would have stuck to the game plan. I don't need Brock Purdy trying to be Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. Be Brock Purdy.
George Kittle says Purdy is making the offense his own. He's everything he's learned. Now he's becoming more comfortable with it and more aggressive. I think the reason they haven't won a Super Bowl is because Kyle Shanahan can be too conservative. Now you've got a quarterback who is recognizing that and recognizing the incredible value of playing for this coach in this system with these offensive players. But if he's able to push it and become comfortable with taking more chances, if that's able to become part of their accepted offense in the eyes of their coach, then their ceiling goes up. And whether that works or not, I think is going to be one of the keys to whether they actually ever win a Super Bowl or not.
So what you're telling me is, because I'm listening to you, I'm hearing every word you're saying, we should probably expect Brock's interception total to go up because he's going to be taking some more chances.
Maybe. Now, what he says is, hey, I'll try it in camp. If it's too risky, I won't do it. I think he's always had a tendency. I think it's one of the reasons he wasn't drafted higher, because he gets a little loose with the ball. So I do think he may take more chances this year. But I think if he does it right, that's to the good of the 49ers. Jay, are you with me?
Of course Jay's with you.
I don't know.
He's got the rose-colored glasses on.
He really doesn't on some of this quarterback stuff.
All right, let's hear it, Jay.
Yeah, I would say I would like my quarterback. Let me start here. I would like my quarterback to take opportunities and chances to know the limitations of what they can do personally. One thing, and I'll talk about Coach Doug Christie here for the Sacramento Kings, and just follow me, fellas. One of the things we always talk about, like off air, and we've had conversations, and he said it on air a few times, is this: I would rather push myself to the end of all in to know where my limitations are, compared to my competitor doing the same thing, and I don't know how my body responds, or I don't know how I'm going to play, or my actions, right? And so that's the same thing. I'd rather him be a gunslinger in practice in certain instances. We talked about a couple days ago. If you're going to play well all practice, and then the last 5-7 throws, you're going to try some stuff, yeah, throw a couple picks in. Now, on the opposite side, Drapes, I'm with you. If this is a chronic problem throughout, beginning, middle, end of practice, they're getting reads on them, then yeah, but I don't think that's what it is. So I'm kind of in between. I want to see what he's capable. And Drapes, you weren't here. I would love to see what Brock can do. The limitations of who Brock Purdy is, and at least we know it is, how far he can go compared to we might need him to throw us 50-yard bomb and he can't do it. So I'm kind of in between.
He's in danger of becoming Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay,
that's
man.
Whitey, that's what
let's cut his mic. We're gonna have to cut his mic, man. Because see, this is what happens. Is you as you would say, you don't come through in your 49er sourdough bread underoos.
I'm messing with you.
And you try to put something out there, and he's like, you know what, man? Where's CJ Beathard when you need him?
I'm messing, man.
I think there's something really interesting in him saying, I've got to be able to come back to the sideline and tell him why I did that. No matter what you think of Brock Purdy.
Right.
I think that
That's
whole
true.
dynamic it's still evolving.
Yes.
And it's really fascinating.
And Shanahan's going to look at him.
Yeah.
And ask him that. Why the hell you throw that pass? Like,
Yeah.
what did you see there? And what you're seeing is, and if I'm being 100% honest and being objective, you're seeing the growth of Brock Purdy, the maturity of Brock Purdy. Because when you look at any great quarterback in the NFL, whether it's Brady, whether it's Mahomes, the coach, Josh Allen, the coach gives you some freedom to take chances. And so to me, what I'm hearing, and I'm being 100% honest now, I'm not just trolling you guys. What I'm hearing is Brock trying to assert himself and, gain that trust from the coach. Like, hey, I can do this. We can let the reins off a little bit, open it up a little bit. I could do more things.
If you got an NFL question or a 49er question, shoot us a text, hit us up on the chat. We'll see if we can't ask it to our next guest. Matt Lombardo, NFL reporter for Heavy on Sports, is with us next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Gibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Well, we made show history today. This was the first time Kyle Draper said something so ridiculous about the 49ers quarterbacks. He made himself laugh.
What did I say? I don't even remember what I said.
Brock Purdy is in danger of becoming Jimmy Garoppolo.
It made me laugh again. It made me laugh again.
A straight face.
That was a good line. You got to admit that. That was a great line, man. That was, Brock Purdy. Poor guy.
Huh. Well,
how many interceptions he threw today? Do we know?
Brock Purdy today? I don't know, and it doesn't matter. None of the passing stats in training camp matter. If a guy was 7 for 9, it doesn't matter. If a guy was 8 for 8 and 7 on 7s, it doesn't
so
matter.
If they don't look good on camp, you're not worried as a fan if you're a Niners fan.
It's not good if a guy looks bad in camp for like 2 weeks straight.
That's all I'm asking. That's all.
But as far as the numbers, what was his completion percentage?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
But if he throws 4 more picks today, 3 on Monday, 4 Tuesday, 4 Wednesday, then it's like,
but
all
he's
right,
explained that.
All right.
Explained all
He's just
that.
out there taking chances.
Working on things.
All right.
Working on things. Yeah, let's see what our next guest thinks. NFL reporter for Heavy on Sports, Matt Lombardo with us. Matt, I hate to drag you into our our dispute here, but Drapes is not the biggest Niner guy. He's an Eagle fan. he thinks Brock Purdy's on his way to being Jimmy Garoppolo because he's throwing so many picks in camp. I say it's really nothing to worry about in camp. What about you, Matt Lombardo?
Yeah, I've covered a lot of training camps over my time, right? I was there for Carson Wentz's rookie year. I watched Daniel Jones's rookie year. I've gone on a couple of training camp tours where I've seen several teams in joint practices and those sort of things. I'm not going to get too worked up about Brock Purdy throwing interceptions before the calendar even flips to August. You're shaking off the rust from the previous year. You're still trying to get a handle for the receivers that you're throwing to with Brandon Aiyuk, Meyer in this contract situation. You're rotating guys in. You don't have the same chemistry that you do in the middle of the year. I was never a guy. I know fans love this. I know that, the most read story when I was on the Eagles beat was the Carson Wentz report card from Thursday's practice. Fans eat that stuff up, but I just don't get the sense that interceptions in practice matter all that much or translated into what you're going to see in the middle of the season.
I agree, Matt. I agree. All right, Matt. With that being said, when you look at this Niners team, and we'll stick with the quarterback, Brock Purdy, where's the area of growth that we see him taking going into year 3? Obviously him trying to get a better command, a firmer command of the offense, more ownership of the offense, his growth. Where do you see that going here in year 3?
Yeah, I don't really know what you need to see from a growth standpoint in that offense, right? I mean, here's a guy who threw for over 3,100 passing yards last year, over 30 touchdowns, I believe 11 or 12 interceptions. You'd love to see, ironically, given the tone of this conversation, the interception number go down a little bit. But, when you're orchestrating an offense and you're the conductor of a set of weapons that includes Christian McCaffrey, the premier running back in the league, George Kittle, a top 2, at worst, tight end in the league, depending on how you view Travis Kelce. And you look at the receiving core, if they're all there and healthy with Debo and Brandon Aiyuk and the weapons they have, I don't know that you necessarily need Brock Purdy to be the guy. Now, obviously, after this year, the 49ers are going to pay him potentially as the highest paid quarterback in the league, depending on how this season plays out, and certainly in the top 5. But I don't know that you need him to carry the offense. I think you just need him to facilitate the weapons around him. And he proved last year he can excel at that.
Matt Lombardo's with us, NFL reporter from Heavy on Sports. Matt, we, like everybody else who's talking football right now, has been talking a lot about Aaron Rodgers recently, and he's yelling at his teammates and this and that. And I was looking at your major awards predictions, and it looks like you're a believer in Aaron Rodgers this year. Is that fair to say?
I'm a cautious optimist when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, right? Because I think it would be a great story if he comes back after, only lasting 4 plays last year and the Jets franchise finally, breaks through and makes a playoff run this year. But, Aaron Rodgers, in order to win comeback player of the year, which I think he's going to be a prohibitive favorite for just based on how last year played out and all the weapons they have around him, he's going to need to prove that what we saw in 2022 was the fluke, that was the outlier at this stage of his career. Because if we remember back, guys, he was not great that final season in Green Bay. The Packers missed the playoffs. He was one of the big reasons why. Not a great statistical year from him, not a great year in clutch moments for Aaron Rodgers. But I do think when you look at the supporting cast that they have there with Garrett Wilson and you bring in Mike Williams, and I think that Breece Hall has the potential to push for close to 2,000 all-purpose yards this year, not to mention a top 5 defense in the league. If Rodgers is anywhere close to what he was the last several years before the trade, they're going to be in good shape. They're going to be able to make a run in that division, and he's going to get a lot of respect for that Comeback Player of the Year award, especially now that the focus is almost primarily on coming back from injuries.
Matt Lombardo joining us here in the Drive, guys. Sactown Sports, 1140. Matt, let's stick with the quarterbacks. I know you wrote about Dak Prescott and what kind of contract he might be in line for, somewhere between $57 and $60 million. What do you make of the contracts being handed out for the quarterbacks, and where do you have Brock Purdy being slated at next year?
Yeah, I think, guys, what you're seeing is teams are finally coming around to the idea that you're signing quarterbacks, especially homegrown talent, based on projecting potential rather than rewarding past success. And, you look at Trevor Lawrence, ironically, I think that deal is going to wind up being a bargain at some point. I believe he's in the $52.5 to $53 million annual range. But you look at what Jordan Love just parlayed 6.5 really great games into last year as the highest paid quarterback in the league. That kind of tells you the direction that the market is heading. And as one prominent NFL agent told me this week, writing the Dak Prescott angle, that, it's almost a next man up mentality. It's almost like whoever is up for that next deal is going to be the next highest paid quarterback in the league. And I look at Brock Purdy, you look at the resume, right? You look at the fact that he's been to a Super Bowl, took Patrick Mahomes to the doorstep in overtime, been to the conference title game, really seems to be the conductor of that Kyle Shanahan offense. And you also look at the need, right? You're not going to be in a position to go out and draft quarterback to replace him or get somebody you think could be an upgrade from a skill or talent standpoint. You're kind of rolling with the known commodity. I don't think there's any reason why he won't command upwards of $55 to $58 million, right? I mean, that seems to be around that range. That seems to be the going rate for a guy you drafted and took you to a Super Bowl. No, he's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not, one of those guys that wins just on his gifts and his talent. But he understands the system. He knows how to get the most of his supporting cast, and they've obviously been comfortable with what he is and how he operates and how he wins.
You didn't want to go up to 60, did you, Matt? Didn't want to take it that far. We'll see. Matt Lombardo with us from Heavy on Sports. I asked listeners if they might have a question for you, and somebody has one here on the text line, so I wanted to share it. 49er question. Last year's defense was a juggernaut on paper, but they felt extremely underwhelming all season long. Is that simply to be placed on the now departed coordinator Steve Wilks, or did the players hold blame in that pie for their performance last year, Matt? How would you answer that?
Boy, that's such a tough question. That's the classic chicken and the egg question, right? I think that when you have that much talent and you have Fred Warner out there and, you're aggressive at the deadline and you bring in Chase Young to put opposite of Bosa, the talent is there. The pieces are in place. The secondary is, with Tre'Davious Ward and the talent you have back there, a top 3 secondary in the NFL, if not better than that. I think that a lot of that has to come down to scheme and coaching. And I like Steve Wilks. I think he's a great guy, and I think that he has his opportunities here. But I think that you get a scheme that's more fit for the personnel that you have in place, similar to what the 49ers have on offense with Kyle Shanahan. I think they're going to be bouncing back in a pretty big way defensively.
That would be a huge boom for them. Let me ask you this, Matt. When you look at the Niners, clearly they're the favorites in the NFC. How close is number 2 in the NFC to San Francisco? Who's the challenger to them?
It's not close.
I'm going to let the expert answer that.
All right, I'm sorry.
Matt, let me just say, these guys got their 49ers underoos on right now, and so they're waving the red and gold flag. I need an unbiased expert like yourself. How tight is the NFC?
I think you're on a collision course with the Detroit Lions in an NFC championship situation. I'm not sure whether it's at Ford Field or back at Levi Stadium next January. I don't think the gap is as wide as a lot of people might think. And I think that the Lions arrived last year a little bit ahead of schedule with such a young roster. Now you get them, through a playoff run, to a championship game, to a halftime lead in that game. But you learn a lot from those experiences, right? And it's a hungry roster. It's a hyper-competitive group of players. When I look at the NFC guys, I think it's really the 49ers and the Lions. You lump the Packers into maybe that 1B type of tier. And then there's a little bit of a gap, I think, between those 3 teams and the Eagles and the Cowboys. And look out for the Washington Commanders. I'm not saying they're a Super Bowl team, but they're going to be a plucky, upstart, playoff caliber contender that can ruin somebody's day. I think that the 49ers and the Lions are on a collision course, but how that next year shakes out is going to be fascinating over the course of this year.
Hold up, Whitey. Hold up.
That's the second time we've had a guest mention the Commanders in 2 weeks.
And here's the thing, though, Matt, and I respect your opinion. I know you got Philly ties. I know you do work out there on Fox 29 Philly, all my people out there. I'm a Philly native. What's the question marks regarding the Eagles? They add Saquon, they improve the coordinators. Why don't you think necessarily that they can get back to their level from 2 years ago?
Oh, I think they're right in that next tier. I think they're in that group with the Cowboys and the Commanders.
That's disrespectful, though, Matt. The Cowboys? Come on.
The biggest question mark I have with the Eagles guys is Nick Sirianni. That's the biggest question mark I have, because it's easy to build a winning culture while you're winning. It's easy to hype up your players by wearing their custom graphic T-shirt to the press conference on a Thursday after you just routed the Miami Dolphins on primetime football, right? It's a whole different thing than when the wheels start to come off and you don't know how to keep the group together. Mm-hmm. And I talked to people around the league last year in 3 or 4 different buildings, and almost unanimously, their 30,000-foot view autopsy of what went wrong was that he lost the locker room. The players sensed panic when they made the swap from Sean Desai to Matt Patricia at defensive coordinator, and he never got the room back. Now, I love what they've done. I think they've checked every box this offseason. If you read the column, I think I had Howie Roseman as Executive of the Year with Saquon pickup and Devin White and all the moves they made. I think they probably had one of the top 3 or 4 draft classes in the NFL. It just comes down to, can Nick Sirianni get it done? I'm a believer in Jalen Hurts. I think the offense is going to be a top 5 offense in the league. It's just when you're in tough playoff game, caliber games, meaningful football games, can you get it done? Can the coach make the difference? I got to see it to believe it.
Yeah, thank you. Will you listen to a Philly guy?
No, I got questions about Sirianni also. I'm with you, Matt. Coach, this is a prove-it kind of year for Sirianni.
Hey, Matt,
might be a prove-it half year, my guys. With the investments they made over this offseason, I don't know.
Matt, I want to ask you about the 49ers, and we know that they've got some contract disputes here, and you got Brock Purdy, and you got you want to stop the run and this and that. A lot of concerns, obviously. What do you see right now as the 49ers' most pressing issue right now as they try to get back to the Super Bowl and actually win one?
Oh, boy. That's a loaded question, because I don't really see that many issues, right? I mean, can they get to week 1 with Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk both on the roster? To me, that's the most pressing thing, right? You have the core, you have the weapons, you have the pieces, you have matchup nightmares all over the field. You have a very talented and disruptive defense, but you also have a lot of mouths to feed. You're going to have to worry about that Brock Purdy contract that's, screaming down the tracks at you at the end of this year. You have Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk both relatively unhappy, and then you have Trent Williams, who, talking to sources around the league, there's a feeling that he either wants long-term security at age 36, right?
Yep.
Or in that $26 to $28 million per year range that you just saw Penei Sewell sign for at 23 years old. I don't know that you're going to get that. So I think it's the biggest worry for the 49ers. I don't think it's anything about the roster. I don't think it's anything when it comes to coaching. I don't buy any of those concerns. I think it's just, will everyone be in place and be pulling the rope in the same direction come week 1? Because, again, I think they're the most gifted or, top 2 roster in the league in a conference where they're the prohibitive favorite for good reason.
Yeah, and Matt, let's stick with the money.
A great guest, Jay.
No, he's awesome. No, he knows what he's. Hey, no, he's keeping it real with me, and I appreciate that. With that being said, my boy Brandon Aiyuk, I'm a big Aiyuk fan. What's his value? I guess the reports were that the Niners offered him 26. He came back and said, "I want to trade." Where do you ultimately value him and see where is he a $30 million guy? Is he more than DJ Moore got what we saw yesterday? Where do you think Aiyuk should slot in at?
Yeah, I think he's a little more than 26, but a little less than DJ Moore, because I think DJ Moore is a unique talent in terms of the downfield speed that the Bears need and all that offense with Caleb and now bringing in Keenan Allen. I think that he's more vital to what the Bears are doing. I think Brandon Aiyuk might be even more valuable to the 49ers than Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
I just don't know when you have guys, when you have a roster that loaded, eventually there are difficult decisions, right? It comes down to Deebo Samuel potentially or Brandon Aiyuk. It comes down to, how much do you pay Brock Purdy? It comes down to how committed are you to Trent Williams beyond 2024? How much do you want to spend there? salary cap's only so high. So I think that when you look at Aiyuk, I mean, you look at maybe the A.J. Brown contract is a barometer. Maybe, somewhere between Jalen Waddle and A.J. Brown, you put Aiyuk in that realm and hope that he's satisfied there. But what do you do if he just says, no, I'm not playing? It's $30 million or bust. At some point, maybe you shop him. You hate to do it because, again, I think that he's really valuable to that offense. I think he's a better route runner and has better hands than Deebo Samuel. But at some point, difficult decisions have to be made. And that might be one of the most pressing, difficult uncertainties that John Lynch has to manage between now and week 1.
Matt, thank you very much for your time and your insight. Can't tell you how much I appreciate somebody coming in here talking some sense to Drapes about the 49ers and the Eagles. So seriously, heavy on sports, Matt Lombardo. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of camp. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me. Don't forget the Substack. You can find me on Substack too.
Okay.
You got it.
All right.
My bad. Thank you. Yeah. Matt,
you got it, boys.
Yeah. Enjoy the Hall of Fame game tomorrow night, if such a thing is possible. Right?
Right. Oh.
The Titans.
That's tomorrow?
No, the Bears and the Texans. Sorry, not the Titans.
Yeah, Bears and
the Texans.
And no Caleb Williams.
No. It'll be football. People will watch.
CJ Stroud? Probably not.
There was actually one of those back and forths on ESPN today about whether Aaron Rodgers should play in the preseason. Of course he shouldn't, right?
I guess, but it's been more than a year. Well, it'll be almost more than a year since the guy took real football snaps.
I mean, maybe a series or two in their third exhibition.
Right.
I don't know. But if he doesn't play, I mean, you would understand that, wouldn't you? I don't think it's that big of a deal.
But would his first snap come in live? You know what I mean? Like, don't you need to test the Achilles out? Like, you don't want your first, live snap to be when, guys are really coming to get you. Like, I don't know. What do you think? I don't know.
I would be fine. I could see if they had him play a couple series, but again, if they just keep on the bubble wrap till the season starts, I would understand that. He's played enough, and you can simulate it enough to the extent that he's going to know, yeah, I'm good. He's already good, right? As far as we know,
right?
He says with all his other unusual methods, non-traditional methods, he's better than he was before.
Yeah, I hear you, because ultimately their season depends on his health. And if he was to get injured in a preseason game, the season would be over for the Jets. And so better safe than sorry. I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
Yeah. What do you think of this, Drapes, dear listener? The NFL is going to test, speaking of the preseason, they're going to test the Hawkeye for line to gain in some preseason games. So they're moving towards replacing the chain gang with the new technology that would measure the line to gain. This is Sony's Hawkeye technology. It would not be ready for full implementation until next season. Could happen sooner. So it's a matter of tracking where the ball is based on the computer program rather than
the chain
gang, or what the referee sees.
You're against this.
Well, here's what I'm against.
All right, let me
if you're going to do it. I believe they have technology. You could put a chip in the ball, and you could know exactly where the ball is.
Yeah.
What they're doing with this, as I understand it, is, I think this is stupid. You're going to have the officials still spot it wherever they normally spot it and however they normally spot it. Then if it's like, all right, is that a first down or not? Bring in the chains. No. We don't need you guys. Hawkeye technology. Boop, 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 boop. All right, it's a half-inch short. If you're going to use that, just use it to spot the ball. You know what I mean? I like the drama of bringing out.
You like the chain gang?
Yes.
Yeah, have you watched tennis lately? They got the Hawkeye system in tennis. They've had it for years. You don't love the, when the Hawkeye comes in and it shows and the crowd goes, oh, and then it shows it was out. Like, there's a little build up there.
I'm seriously asked this question. I'm not trying to make an argument. Why didn't they have that for the Olympics and Coco Gauff?
Oh, yeah, I know. I didn't fully see. Maybe they didn't use it, but I've seen it in some of the majors. They use it, and then they zoom in, and you can see where the ball hits.
If you're going to have the officials spot the ball manually, then let's do everything manually. If you're not, then let's go to the computer chip and have the computer tell us where the ball is. I like when it's like, and let's see, did he make the first down or not? Here's the spot, and they're going to bring
the chain.
Yes,
two guys that trip over themselves, and
come on, man. In the fourth quarter, it's like, well, if they picked it up here, they can run the clock, but if not, they're gonna have to go for it or kick a field goal. That's exciting.
Nah, man, this reeks of get off my lawn right here. This is in 2 years you'll think, yeah, but you know how it is too. They're trying to move things faster and faster and faster. That's how our society is. Cut down on wasted time. You got the Hawkeye, bam. You don't need to have guys. And what if the chain's way over there? You don't have to wait on guys running across the field.
We're reducing a significant amount of time.
There you go.
40 seconds for each time of use. That basically is making the game that much more impactful. Oh, yeah. We need to make up those 40 seconds. They are still going to have the bright orange sticks as
like that, right?
Backup capacity. All I'm saying is do one or the other, okay? To your point, you want to speed things up, be more accurate. Fine. Then do everything that way.
Use the Hawkeye for spotting the ball.
Yeah, and even like I said, I believe there's talk of computer chips. Don't they use that to measure all the, next-gen stats and stuff? They measure how fast players are going. They can measure whatever they want now. So use it to measure where the stinking ball is instead of some guy and I'm like, we've seen some bad spots, right?
We've seen some bad spots.
It's really hard to do.
Yes, there have been some bad spots.
If you have the wherewithal to take that out of the game, then do it. Why kind of
baby steps, big fella? Baby steps. Let's gradually get to that point.
Why?
Next thing you're going to know, you don't want any officials on the field.
What about automated balls and strikes? That's coming too. That's inevitable. It's coming.
But that takes all. I'll be honest. When you look at baseball, and maybe Jay will be mad at me for saying this, but some of the allure is the different balls and strikes. And I'm talking from a sports talk, realm.
So you like the human element?
I like the human element.
But why, when I say that with a chain gang, you say, "Oh, it's Mr. Get Off My Lawn"?
No, because it's different. That's about time. This is about keeping the game pure. The greatest, one of the all-time best things about sports is second guessing. Monday morning quarterback. This ref cheated. This ref got it wrong. This ref is horrible. No,
the game's fixed.
I mean, not fixed, but I know. The conspiracy theory, all that. You have just a robot. You take away 25% of our discourse when it comes to sports. Think about this. It's like,
so you like automation, but only so far.
Only to a certain extent. For something like whether a spot or whether something was in or out in tennis, I like it. I think it moves faster. I think there's less ambiguity. But for balls and strikes, the umpire is a critical part of the game, the experience.
I think they're going to be experimenting in the minor leagues with automatic balls and strikes. And you have a challenge, so you can challenge it. And I'm thinking, whoa.
How are you going to challenge
it? If I can challenge it, that means it's sometimes wrong.
Right.
If it's wrong sometimes, why are we using it?
Why are we doing it? Yeah. What's the point of that? Yeah. I'm with you on that. Doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with some automation.
Yeah. Let's try to guess what Jay would think.
Mr. Jay?
Robot balls and strikes. What do you say? Is he in or out?
Out.
I'm going to say, as a guy who probably is still mad about getting called out on a third strike that he knows was nowhere near a strike, I'm going to say he's in favor of it. What do we got, Jay?
Completely out.
Out.
I'm all about I'm a purist when it comes to umpires. I like going out blue. What was going on with that pitch? I like asking blue, was that close? Is that high, a little up? Yeah, I'm with Drapes on this. I'm not in the robotic world of it. iRobot, don't call me Will Smith. I'd rather get my balls and strikes from the umpire. And let me leave this with you guys. There's a lot of pitchers. Greg Maddux comes to mind. That may not be Greg Maddux, may not be a Hall of Famer. You throwing that low 91 down the middle compared to that 91 that was on the
Drexler.
But think about it,
revoking his Hall of Fame credentials.
Wasn't that what made Greg Maddux? He would see how far you would extend.
Him and Glavine both.
Yes, extend your strike zone, and once we finalize, how far you're going to go out.
Yeah,
we'll just keep painting that right there.
Yeah.
Keep painting. Now, if you got to bring that 91 mile per hour fastball down the middle, that doesn't have a lot of movement. We're gonna hit that 350 feet or 700 feet as Mickey Mantle would.
Wasn't it the late great Eric Gregg, and I do believe he's
Eric
along
Gregg,
with
yeah.
us.
Yeah, Eric
yeah.
Gregg.
And there's like pitches they're skipping to the backstop.
That's right. That's right. Hey, catcher, you didn't catch it, but it went over the plate.
yeah. What about the Hawkeye technology, Jay?
I'm with it for not baseball, but I take it for football. I'll take it for tennis. You know, tennis does it, like Drape said.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. I'm good with the technology.
Man,
I'm
Jay,
fine.
let's do it or not. Let's do it or not. You're gonna do it, fine. If you're not, don't.
So
Use it
you
for
want
something.
you want robots to be the referees, officials. You want them to do everything.
No,
Okay.
I'm torn on the whole automatic balls and strikes. I'm trying to work up to that because I think it's inevitable. I think at some point I'm going to have to accept it, so I'm kind of trying to work on that. But I will miss umpires if it ever comes to that. With this, I just don't understand why you're kind of half-assing it. It's like, well, we know
Those are two different jobs, though, Whitey.
Yeah, well,
Spotting the ball and measuring for a first down are two distinctly different jobs.
Yeah, but spotting the ball is way more important, right? Sometimes when there's a scrum.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Well, I believe you have the technology to actually accurately spot the ball. So why not do that instead of a chain gang? You guys stay there. We're going to save 40 seconds. Watch this. Modern technology.
So, okay, there's a big pile up and the running back, let's see, CMC's at the bottom of it. You're saying if we chip the ball, we pretty much know where the ball is, even amongst if there's 30 people on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not an expert in this field, but I believe they have the wherewithal to do that.
I got
you.
Okay. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah. I mean, it would definitely change the pantheon of history, right? It would change a lot of different things that people have cried and argued. And as Drapes has talked about, sometimes I just want to have the Monday morning quarterback. Guys, did you see the referees and the Packers and the Eagles game yesterday? Yep. Like, that was terrible. But
well, you're right. I mean, he and Katie would have nothing to talk about if they couldn't complain about that.
That's not me. That's not me.
Referees, officials.
No comment on that.
All right. Speaking of basketball, Team USA update.
Yeah.
Did Tatum play today? How did he do? How did Team USA do? And what's next? Coming up on Sactown Sports.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GIFT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GIFT.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
This is so fun! I can't wait to go home!
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, we'll pay off your locked AT&T phone up to $650, and you'll get a new 5G phone for free.
Pay off via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying plan and credit, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits, or they stop and required finance agreement balance is due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Interesting thoughts, as always, from the smartest viewers and listeners of radio on technology and sports. We're going to get to basketball in just a moment here, but just to wrap up the thoughts here, Afro says that technology can spot the ball, which is what I'm saying, put a chip in the ball, but it probably can't spot where the knee or elbow hits the ground, which is a great.
Oh, you got to add all that.
Like, yeah, the ball was there, but where was the ball when the knee hit?
When the knee hit.
That's
yeah,
a good point.
that's a good one.
Afro also says, I'm all for getting the calls correct. Bring in the machines. Compia says baseball needs AI at home plate calling strikes.
AI?
Yeah. Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, but I mean,
Eric says they do it at River Cats games all the time. Yeah, I think the ABS is now made its way
it's
into
out
minor
there,
league baseball.
Yeah.
They're kind of checking it out, testing it. It's inevitable. That's, like I said, that's my thing. It's going to happen. We're going to have to accept it at some point.
Means we're getting rid of all the umpire union. Like, we're getting rid of them, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
or they'll be
the
there. They
base pass.
just won't have anything to do.
Yeah, base pass,
there.
maybe?
Yeah. You know what's a cool thing in baseball? Neither here nor there, but when a guy swings at a pitch and he misses it or fouls it off, and he turns to the umpire and says, hey, was that a strike? I mean, I don't know. There's something. I think it's really, you can see the umpire go, yep.
Yep. You like that or
really
not?
cool.
Yeah, that is cool. That is cool.
Yeah.
How about this from the 209? And Jay, weigh in on this. You're a baseball guy, having played the game. Robot umps would take framing out of catching.
Agreed.
No bueno.
Agreed. Yeah. That's an art, a style.
Framing should not be part of baseball.
Yeah.
Framing
What?
is like
You hear
flopping.
this?
Framing in baseball is like flopping.
What? That's gamesmanship. That's
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm about to go
Dude,
college.
if I was a
You
home
said
plate
framing
umpire-
shit is like flopping?
Yeah.
No.
If I was a home plate umpire and a catcher was doing that, I'd say, don't do that. Don't do that, or you're not getting anything. I know what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Don't do that, or you're not getting any calls tonight.
Why? That's part of the art of catching. So you're telling
I know that it is, and it's accepted, and some guys are great at it.
You've
and they
always
steal
hated that?
strikes. I
Or is
don't
this-
think it should be part of the game. And there's some guys like
Why, though?
Gary Sanchez, because it's basically cheating.
It's cheating?
Well, it's like you're trying to get a strike when a guy doesn't throw a strike. You as a hitter,
It's
I
how
can't
you
believe
receive
before
the
that.
ball, though. If you do it properly, if you do it great, it's not in.
No, I know, and it's not against the rules.
Absolutely
But
not.
I don't
Yeah.
think it should be as a bigger part of the game as it is. I know that it's legal and guys do it well, and a good catcher, that's one of the things you look for in a catcher. I get that. I just wish
Soft
it was not
hands,
as big a
baby.
part of
How you receive the ball.
Gary Sanchez used to I don't know where he is now. He's with San Diego last year. No matter where he caught it, he would bring it right back to the middle. It was like, dude, what are you doing? You know?
But that's
He'd like-
that's
he'd like
not
reach
good.
for
yeah.
one and then snap it back to the middle. Like,
So, okay, then you're telling me if you don't hit a guy in the chest as an infielder, if you got to go scoop it or you got to reach out and hit the shoestrings and go get it, you don't like that either?
no,
That's cheating.
No, it's not at all.
Okay.
But to me, if a catcher catches a ball outside the strike zone,
Don't move it back in.
and then he brings it back in, I don't think that's you're getting a strike you don't deserve. I know it's part of the game.
But the ump should recognize that,
Absolutely.
right?
Well,
Like
that's
if
the
you're a
whole
good
thing.
umpire,
the whole
you
point
know
of it is to trick the umpire. That's the whole point of it. That's why you do it.
That's part of everything. Everything is, pass interference in football. You know, light contact and you sell it a little bit. You come back on the ball a certain way. You're trying to. I feel like that's gamesmanship a little bit.
It is. I just wish it weren't as big a part of the game.
And it's skill.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
But it's, hitters get burned on that. And I just wish it wasn't a biggest part of the game. It's not going away. I get it. Like I said, and the teams I root for, I want their catchers to be great at it. I'm just not I wish it wasn't as big a part of the game.
You said it's cheating, though.
Well, in a
like,
way,
that's a strong word.
Yeah, it's not technically cheating because it's not against the rules, but to me, it's against the spirit of the game. And I know I'm probably the only person.
Yeah, we're giving everybody ribbons at Whitey's league. We're giving everybody ribbons at Whitey's league.
No,
Afro agrees with Whitey. Framing is cheating, just like flopping.
Nah,
that's it exactly.
I disagree with that.
Yeah,
I disagree because you guys correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not saying they don't practice flopping. I think people practice taking a charge. Like that's something of a rites of passage when you play basketball. Get in there, take a charge.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to me, flopping is a skill. You actually have to be skilled in receiving contact and jumping, acting and going overboard. For me, with framing something, as you said, and both of them put the onus on the referee or the official.
Right.
So the referee or the official need to be better at their job. Hence why I guess we're talking about robot umpires. But I think, and maybe I'm just biased because it's baseball, I see it more as a skill than flopping. Flopping to me is acting. I don't think you're acting. I don't think you're doing anything over the top beside maybe over exaggerating a strike.
It's an effort to deceive the umpire. And it, like I said, the rules allow it. So I'm not saying people should be kicked out of baseball, but that's what I don't like about it. It's an effort to deceive the ump, just like a flop is an effort to deceive the official. Like, oh, he ran into me. You see that? Well, no, he didn't. So that's what I wouldn't mind that. That's one thing. Thank you. Was it Afro said that?
Yeah.
If you had framing went bye-bye, I wouldn't mind that at all.
I actually enjoy watching framing.
Yeah, it's a skill.
I like.
So is robbing a bank is a skill.
No.
Come on. Our boy Ramsey on the text line says framing is an art form in baseball.
Yes.
Robotic umpires would take a necessary element out of the game. Then somebody also says there's a difference between selling a call and a soccer flop. So it's not flopping, it's just selling a little bit. It's selling. If a pitcher is painting the corners and a catcher rolls it in to tilt the table, it's a nuanced art.
Yeah.
I do think that a real blatant frame job should be a ball.
But it is. Like, how many times do you see a blatant frame job called a strike?
Well, I think it
very,
should be an
very,
automatic
very,
ball, no matter
rarely.
where the ball is, because no, you can't. That's not a thing.
So,
That's ball.
for me, framing is one of those things where it's a game of inches. If it's a little lower, like I said, you drop that glove, and without going overboard.
You as a hitter are saying this.
Yeah, because it's a game of cat and mouse. Pitching and hitting is a cat and mouse game. It's skill.
Right.
9 times out of 10, the higher you get, I'm going to really get one pitch to hit. Now, if if you aren't that good, you're probably going to give me 2 pitches to hit. To me, that's what makes baseball grand. Is it is an art. Like I've told you guys 100 times, baseball to me, I remove golf because people say golf is the hardest thing to play. And I might agree. That's why I say it's a hobby. Baseball is the hardest sport to play because there's so many different dynamics that are called into to play baseball. Like with football, you're just catching and running. Now, understanding there's blocking and stuff like that. Basketball, you're just shooting and catching, and running.
What about ice hockey?
Well, now that's different.
I know.
That's
To
different.
me, it's
You
the
got to
hardest,
skate
but
and
I-
ice and all. And you're
But I get your
absolutely
point.
right. We're
I
talking
get your
about
point.
United States sports here. Now, for me, if we're talking Greg Mannix, Tom Glavine, we're talking about a lot of people here that if you couldn't frame would probably change the hierarchy of their career. Like,
Maybe. I think a guy like Maddox would be good enough where he'd adjust.
See, I disagree. I think he doesn't throw hard enough. I thought all his pitches dropped the same way. Like, to me, Maddox was one of the guys that if you're arguing framing and or robot umps, he's the person you target. Without painting the black, if we put a robot ump here, man, he would lose 2 to 3 inches on the ball. 2 to 3 inches,
I don't know.
Get you hit 400 feet, man.
We'll never be able to prove
No,
that. So I
absolutely
think he
not.
was a great pitcher. And especially later in his career, he relied more on that. You can't blame him. He got away with it, so he would do it. I think he'd make the adjustment. But I get your point. And last night, by the way, Ramos got thrown out for arguing a third strike and then apologized.
Yeah.
But guys, it's funny because it's against the rule, right, to argue a third strike. Guys still find ways to do it.
Of course.
You got to, right?
Yeah. It's like the manager can't argue or yell at the umpire, but he'll yell at his pitcher, tell his pitcher how bad the umpire is, and wait for the umpire to come out.
Right.
You know how you do it, fellas, is you take the third strike and you kind of look at Blue and you walking away. And that was one of the things I did. If it was a strike that I didn't like, I'm like, I'm looking out, I'm looking at the fans. I take a step out. I hit my Nomar Garcia par. I'm hitting the gloves or whatever you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Blue, where was that at? Because if you show them up, you're already in a lose-lose situation.
Right.
Once, put it this way, and this is the way I felt. As much as I felt I was a great hitter, I also understood this is a game of failure. Every time I hit the box, the pitcher has an advantage over me. If you recognize that and work on your strengths and the positives of being inside the box, that's Tony Gwynn mind of thinking. We're talking about one of the greatest hitters of all time. That's the way I approach it. So even if, you drop the ball drops is 2 feet under the kneecap and they call a strike, it's like, hey, Blue man, come on now, give me an inch on that. And most of the time umpires will reflect on that. So, okay, I got you. Or nah, that's it. But, and that to me, not to keep going back to Maddox, to me, fellas, that was the reason Maddox got away with stuff. Is because he would push the limit. And guys would be like, what are we doing here? And that's what I'm saying. If you're pushing, I'm conditioned as a hitter to not go out the hitter's box 3 inches. Right. If you're giving him this strike 3 inches out the box, then I got no shot.
Right. Yeah. By the way, last night, you ever see Ohtani upset? Last night, Ohtani was actually upset at a call, which I've never seen him. He was like, nope, that was not a strike. Nope, as he walked off, and then they showed the replay.
It was a strike.
It was a strike, yeah.
Huh?
Was that AI?
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. When we come back, we'll tell you how Team USA did today. And Drapes has some Malik Monk 6 Man of the Year odds to share with us on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. A milder start to Thursday with temperatures in the mid-60s. Light winds, strong sunshine. It'll be a hot afternoon with highs in the valley near 100. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, save 40% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, free home delivery on select smart beds when you add an adjustable base. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
You know, Team USA was victorious today over South Sudan. Also today, we had Serbia. After their loss to the USA, Serbia in Olympic basketball beat Puerto Rico 107-66. I mentioned this because looking at this story, Drapes, you realize that Serbia has 2 former Sacramento Kings.
Bogdanovic?
Uh-huh. And
who else?
Petrusev.
Oh, yeah. My guy Petrusev, yeah. Did you see when he played USA the other day? Him and LeBron were getting into a little fisticuffs, a little back and forth. Yeah, he was trying to be physical with LeBron. Didn't end up well for his squad, but yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah.
Had a cup of tea here.
Mm-hmm. Not even the whole cup.
Right,
all
right.
You didn't finish. He had 15-9 today for Serbia.
Really?
Yeah.
And they got the win?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, they played Puerto Rico.
107-66.
Dusted
yes.
them. And we played Puerto Rico, this weekend, I believe, coming up.
Mm-hmm. 2-0 USA. They hadn't been challenged yet. And I still can't believe that South Sudan almost beat them. And I know that it was the preseason or whatever you want to call it. I still can't believe they almost lost.
Right,
Doesn't
right.
matter now.
It two totally different games. South Sudan was confident, feeling good. Shots were falling today. Team USA took it to them right from the jump, right from the get-go, and looked good in doing so, I think.
Mm-hmm. So as we wait for whatever's going to come next with the Kings, maybe nothing. Maybe we'll have to wait till the deadline. I know you had some news for us today on Malik Monk's odds of being the sixth man of the year.
Yeah, I get emails from time to time from Bet Online and NBA sixth man lines. This
Interesting because you told us earlier. I'm not interested.
I don't know how I got.
But yet they're sending you lines. Huh.
I don't know how I got on their mailing list. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. But and I sent this to you and Jay. The sixth man of the year odds. Let me just run it down for you. I'll give you the top five. How about that?
All right.
Top five. Well, not top five. Top four. Because then there's like 8 guys listed at 16 to 1. Coming in at tied for number 4, Jordan Clarkson, 12 to 1.
Okay.
Not bad. Tied with Karis LeVert. This past season's winner, Naz Reid, is 7 to 1.
I still don't think he should have won.
Right. And our guy, Malik Monk, 5 to 1 odds.
King of the Kings.
Favorite, yes, to be sixth man of the year. Now, I like this for a number of reasons, Whitey. Here's why. The narrative has already begun that Malik should be sixth man of the year. And you know how the NBA is, especially with awards. Sometimes it's about the narrative. Who's everybody talking about? Going into this season, when it comes to sixth man of the year, people should be saying, all right, it's Malik's time.
It's his turn because he really almost won it last year, and maybe he should have.
Right, exactly. Now it's his turn.
Yeah.
And some people, thought he was wrong like we do, obviously, and now it's a chance to make amends, if you will. And so he might get some sympathy vote. And so he's number 1. But then I look deeper into it, Whitey, and I said it to you during the break. If you're in the sixth man of the year running, Kings fans, that means you're not starting. That means you're coming off the bench. And not saying Bet Online sets the lineups or anything or has any insight into Mike Brown, but this would signal to me that we're not the only ones thinking Malik is going to be coming off the bench once the season begins. What do you think about that?
It seems to me that when Mike Brown addressed that after he decided he was going to stay, he all but set it in stone that Malik was going to. Yeah. And after we found out Malik was going to stay, I should say, he pretty much said he's coming off the bench still, right?
Right. And I'm okay with that. I think you're okay. You understand that. But does Malik understand it? He said he'd do whatever it takes.
He must have came back, right?
Right. You got to imagine that would be part of the discussion. What's my role? Am I going to be starting? Am I going to be sixth man? And if I'm the Kings, I couldn't commit to him being the starter because Malik signed before the Kings did anything else. Free agency, things like that. And then they went and got DeMar DeRozan. To me, Malik is going to come off the bench. There's a reason why he hasn't started any games here in Sacramento. Mike Brown views him as Manu Ginobili, a guy that he coached in San Antonio. Mike Brown did.
Yeah.
And so
Manu Ginobili was way better than Carmelo Anthony.
What?
Manu Ginobili, who was way better than Carmelo Anthony.
What does that have to do with?
That's because we remember last week he was on the list of the greatest players of the century.
All right.
Carmelo wasn't on the list.
Carmelo was way better than Manu. Manu couldn't hold Carmelo's job.
Interesting.
That's a different segment. We can table that. But when it comes, you threw me off. I was like, when did they play together? What is he talking about? You had me thrown there for a loop there. But I think, Malik's biggest strength is being a game changer, giving the game what it needs. When the offense is struggling, you break the glass, and out comes Captain Malik with his cape on to save the day. If he's a starter, Fox got to get his. Keegan got to get his. DeRozan Malik's a fourth or fifth option. Coming off the bench, you got 2 jobs. Playmaker, score. That's it, Malik. You ain't got to worry about fitting in. Come in. He's like the Tasmanian devil, Whitey. You pull him out and just let him go. Let him do his thing.
Right.
If he's a starter, he doesn't have that. And so we started this conversation with the odds 5-1 that he will be 6th man of the year. And I think that's the best position for him.
Last year, I would have bet, we're talking about just fun bet, not a real bet, all my Sactown Sports money on Malik. Thought he was going to win it last year. Who would be on the 100, by the way? If you had Sactown Sports money, would you be on the 100?
Oh, for sure. LeBron, unless it's $1,000 bill I don't know about. Come on, man.
Jose's on the 50, man.
Right. Jose?
Yeah. I don't know. Well, that's what I'm asking.
He on the Susan B. Anthony coin or something like, you know what I mean? Or the $2 bill. We trying to phase that out. No offense, Jose, if you're listening right now.
Carmichael Day's on the 50 then? Yeah.
Yeah, the 50.
Yeah, okay.
Let Dave cook.
Let Dave cook. So anyway, last year I would have been all. This year I'd be a little more careful just because, as we've discussed, I think that DeRozan's addition could impact Malik's role more than anybody else's on the team. And I'm not saying in a bad way. Malik's not going to be any good. No, I'm not saying. We know what Malik is capable of. I don't know if he's going to have as many chances to take over games this year with DeRozan on the team. I don't know.
Man, that's tough to hear because I agree 100% with you. Here's the question for Malik, Mike Brown, and the team. How can Malik still be effective without as many takeover opportunities, right? And maybe you stagger him with DeMar DeRozan throughout the game, but closing games, those guys are going to be on the floor together. And so I'm interested in seeing how that shakes itself out. If I'm Jay Triano, the offensive guru for the team, what do you draw up? Is it still De'Aaron Fox's squad? Now that you got DeMar DeRozan, you got to let DeMar cook. You got to let DeMar DeRozan be DeMar DeRozan, ladies and gentlemen. He should not come in here and feel like he's walking on eggshells. Oh, I got to take a back seat. No, DeMar, they brought you in here to be who you are. Fox will get his. Keegan, we talked about it, will be more efficient. We need DeMar to still be upper level, all-star level DeMar DeRozan if we're talking about advancing in the West.
A ton of it is going to hinge on DeMar DeRozan looking around. It's funny because he, at his introductory press conference, said, I can play with anybody.
Yep.
So when he comes and plays with these guys, and I'm sure he's thought about it a lot, but it's different from when you're actually playing, how is he going to fit in? How is he going to see as the best way to fit in? Is it going to be take a little bit of a back seat? He's not a selfish player. We know that.
Right.
But there's just a lot of that we don't know. And I think a big unknown here is, well, how close is Malik going to be to having the role as significant as he had last year in the offense?
Yeah. And what I
and that's
wonder,
not a slight again. Excuse me, but I'm not in no way, shape, or form denigrating Malik as a player.
No, I think we're both on the same page with this. We both agree with this. And, when I look at Malik and I talked about his value and how he can contribute, he still can be a playmaker. Maybe he doesn't go one-on-one as much. Maybe he doesn't score as much in the fourth. But I can envision a scenario where he's, shaking and baking and hitting DeRozan for an open look or a good look. And so it doesn't always have to be Malik skying to the basket, trying to finish through contact. He doesn't have to press. I think that's the advantage of a guy like DeMar DeRozan and where he'll really help this team. Guys won't have to feel like they have to do it all themselves. A la the Phoenix game. Remember at Phoenix? Kings were up big. Suns came back. Fox took a tough shot. Malik turned it over because guys were doing too much. When you have, and we see it with Team USA, and I'm not saying the Kings are a team, but the more talent you have, the less you have to carry, the less load you have to carry. And that's where the Kings are. Fox won't have to be great every night for us to win. Malik won't have to be Superman off the bench every night for us to win. He's now allowed to have games where he's not being asked to score a lot.
Speaking of DeRozan, did you see this? We're going to clarify this, but ESPN this week on Inside the NBA or whatever that show is called. What is
NBA Today?
NBA Today, thank you. They had some poll indicating that scouts and coaches said the DeRozan deal for the Kings was one of the worst moves of the offseason.
Yeah, I need to
What
get
is
into
that about? It's not quite what it seems, as you'll find out next on Sactown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
We golfers tend to grumble too much. Golf Monthly's Nick Bonfield compiled our biggest complaints. They include our own game. The refrain, is it going to be another one of those days, should maybe be realigned and set about the next shot with positivity. Next is our equipment. We always blame our tools, even though they were just along for the ride. Course conditioning is another gripe, and maybe you should try getting up while it's still dark, whether it's 108 or 32 degrees, and deal with global warming, limited budgets, and sustainability. And then go hug your superintendent for what they do. Dress codes get a lot of attention. Some feel the tradition should be maintained, and others are comfortable in T-shirts. It's a game, people. Also in the mix are rules of golf, slow play, the World Handicap System, tee time booking systems, bad luck, and more. I say you get out of it what you're willing to put into it. You're on a golf course, your phone's not ringing, and you might make a birdie or two. Enjoy the moment. There's lots of time left in the day for complaints. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SactownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SactownSports.com.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices. Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips? But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
ESPN this week said that in a poll of scouts and coaches, the DeRozan to the Kings deal was voted tied for the worst move of the offseason. But that's not really what it appears to be on the surface. We'll get to that first. Drapes, Jay, dear listener, here on the chat. How about this from TR? Malik going to be the fifth leading scorer on the team. Sixth man is going to be DeRozan.
Well, he's wrong about that. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Let's talk about that. Malik, fifth leading scorer. Fox, Keegan, DeRozan, Domas. That's four, and then five for Malik.
Could be.
Yeah. So it's what do you mean? What's TR getting at here? Yeah, I could see that happening. Mm-hmm. He should be. I don't think he's finishing ahead of any of those guys in terms of scoring numbers wise. And I need to. I'm gonna look at Malik's stats right now because I could also argue his field goal attempts may go down.
Yeah,
this coming season.
Yep.
When you look at what Malik did last season, I got the numbers right here. Career high 12.4 field goal attempts on the season. That ranked, if I'm correct, I think that was fourth on the team. I got it right here. Fox with 20.9, Domas 13, Keegan 12.7, Malik 12.4.
So it's real, right? Those three are pretty much right there in the same bracket, as Jay would say.
Yes, Domas, Keegan, and Malik. Mm-hmm. Pretty much right there. Now you throw in a DeMar DeRozan, who's used to getting 18, 19 shots a game. So it's clear Malik's going to have to, his numbers are going to come down. We talked about Keegan also. Maybe his shooting numbers come down in terms of attempts, but his efficiency goes up. I could have argued, too, Domas might take a big hit. And that's a good thing. Because he's not always looking for his shot. He'll still be effective. He'll still be efficient.
He shoots such a high percentage, though. You'd hate to see him taking fewer shots.
Yeah.
Like see him take more longer shots.
Yeah, but Whitey, and I understand that he's an efficient scorer. But Domas, there comes a point, how should I put this in the most respectful way? Because we all know Domas is my guy. Gave me wine, and I don't even drink. That's how, close we are.
If he was really your guy, he would have done that.
But Domas, his offense there's a ceiling to it, if you know what I mean. He's never going to be a 30-point per game guy, not going to be a 25 per game. So how do you maximize his offense and still he benefits the team in other ways, facilitating, assists, that kind of thing?
Well, if he loses shots, and I get what you're saying, whoever is getting the shots better make them, because he's, how many times does he have a 5 for 17? Something like that. That doesn't happen with him. I know he's had a few, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very high percentage of shots, and usually doesn't take that many.
I'm with you. I hear what you're saying, because like you said, at 59.4%, it's no, we want you to take more, Domas. But if he takes more, who's taking less?
Yeah. I didn't say I want to. Yeah.
Yeah, you could argue Fox at 20.9 shot attempts is kind of girthy, if you will, up there. I don't know. I just like saying that word now. Girthy. Antelope Dave.
Let Dave cook.
Antelope Dave and his girth commercial. I guess he lives in Antelope, is what I'm being told. Not even Carmichael anymore.
Really?
Are you serious?
What a
Oh, shit.
What a
Is
fraud.
is that breaking news?
That's breaking news.
That's why I call him Antelope Dave.
Wow,
You know,
I didn't know that big time.
If he lived in West Sac, I'd call him West Sac Dave. But
So he doesn't stay in Carmichael?
I'm just finding
that's
this out
just what I heard.
myself.
Don't get
I'm
me in trouble.
speechless.
Sources say? What?
Carmichael Dave, dude. And I don't know what neighborhood he lives in and what's it like, but he got a little bit of success and I guess decided to move to Antelope.
Man.
Antelope Dave.
How about that?
Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh my gosh. Oh shoot.
For anybody, but sorry, I'm getting another call.
Frankie Clicks, the man, the myth, the legend. Yep. Yeah. So Antelope Dave. I don't even know how we got on that, but
By the way, real quick, if you heard the latest on Frankie, I think he told
he got
us,
married, right? What?
Get married.
Yeah. Get married.
Okay.
Is something else?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know if I should
Wait a
say
minute,
it.
you guys are breaking news all on
This
this
is
show,
what
man.
we do on this show.
I probably can't say.
Breaking. No,
Then
it's
why
too. Come on,
say it?
Whitey. That is
Because
the worst.
I just realized.
That is the worst.
So then why
right
not
there.
say it, man?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nah, you can't do that.
All the people on YouTube
You're-
have just seen
I'm not going to say anything.
He already did that to Jordan McLaughlin a couple of weeks ago. Broke the news on the show. No, we're not going to do that to Frankie Clicks.
What are you doing, man?
Why would you bring
How
that?
did-
Like,
Because I wasn't thinking.
The
I don't know.
sources,
all right.
sources say.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I
the
thought
show's
it was
gone
one of
off
those
the
things like,
rails.
hey, everybody knows this, right? And I thought, oh. So anyway.
Oh, that's
I was
funny.
probably
All right. Well,
Frankie's definitely our guy.
Malik Monk.
oh,
Yeah.
back to Malik. Back to Malik.
As we were talking about Malik and DeMar DeRozan and Fox on the floor at the same time. Yeah, I think I'm with you. It's like, that could work, But when you talk about DeRozan and Malik on the floor at the same time, ooh. And that's nothing against Fox. I mean, those two?
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. The
They're gonna play together
playmaking.
really well.
Yeah. I think that will be an efficient pairing. I think, when you look at DeRozan, and as we were just talking, I was just wondering, what kind of DeMar DeRozan do we need, Whitey? Do we need DeMar at 35, about to be 36? Do we need him 18 points per game? 20 points per game? 23? Like, what's the pecking order, and what do we need DeMar DeRozan to be at this stage of his career?
I think it depends on who else is making shots. If other guys are making shots, then I don't need him to score 24. I know he's capable of that. The thing that I think some people miss, and we'll get back to this, the criticism of the move. Some are saying or suggesting, well, he doesn't really spread the floor. That's missing the point of what he could give them, because the way the Kings, they like to shoot the spray threes. DeMar DeRozan gives them the ability to collapse the defense by attacking, getting the basket, which opens up perimeter shots, especially the corner shots. So in that sense, he does. Even though he's not a guy that shoots a lot of threes, the defense, because of his gravity, has to collapse on him, and he, in effect, spreads the floor, or at least opens it up that way.
Look at you talking basketball over there. Okay.
Well, I've seen a game or two.
Coach Gleason over here to my left.
But you know what I
Better
mean.
than
You know what I'm
umpire
talking
Gleason.
about.
Better than umpire Gleason. No, you're right. And I'm looking at, and one thing we know about DeRozan, he is a willing passer. This guy shot 17.2 shots per game last season, averaged 24 points per game. Super efficient, 48% from the field. Really, that was, a low number for him when you look at the previous 5 years, better than 50% in 3 of those 5 years. And so I think a lot of times what you see is Domas operating from the foul line. I could see DeMar DeRozan operating from the elbows. And then, that's his spot. And then the offense running through him, and either A, he's going to get a bucket and score on his man, or B, like you said, the help comes, kick it out. Malik standing over there, bang. So Malik may even get some better looks because of DeMar DeRozan also.
Absolutely. So on, what is it against NBA Today? Is that what it is?
Yeah, NBA Today. Yeah.
So they had Bobby Marks, and they had Malika, and they had the woman from Los Angeles.
Ramona Shelburne.
Yes, thank you. And then they had somebody else. I'm not sure who else they had. Might have been Wendy. So they were talking about the worst move of the offseason. We asked scouts and coaches to vote on this. Then they had the graphic. tied for the worst move of the offseason. DeMar DeRozan traded by the Bulls was tied with Kings acquired DeMar DeRozan, and third, Clippers losing Paul George.
Yeah.
So they were talking about this just as the show was ending, and there was confusion saying, Malika was saying, how could DeMar getting traded by the Bulls and getting acquired by the Kings, how could those both be the worst moves? So anyway, somebody looked into it, and this is from Shotgun Styles on Reddit. Mm-hmm. Astute readers will notice that for the section about the worst moves, it was a three-way tie for the worst move. Each option had 3 votes out of 18 possible. The only blurb about why those 3 anonymous NBA personnel voted DeRozan to us as a bad move was the opportunity cost of not giving runway to Keegan, said an East executive, and bad bet on the fit. So in other words, worst move, you think, man, everyone thought that was a terrible move. No, there was 3 people that of 18 that thought it was not the best move. They thought it was a bad move.
It takes a little bit of the sting out of it.
Yes.
But I need to know who those 3 people are. Was Kevin O'Connor one of them? Oh, no, this is NBA. This is his scouts.
Yeah.
Like, man, the NBA pisses me off sometimes. The analytics, they have ruined the game of basketball. DeMar DeRozan is a great player. Who in their right mind would think getting a future Hall of Famer, an all-star caliber talent, would be one of the worst moves of the offseason?
Yeah.
It's only 3 people, like you said.
Right.
But whoever those 3 are,
yeah,
their credentials need to be revoked.
Yeah,
they need to be out of the league.
Clarifying the math, the DeRozan deal was voted as the worst move, but it was a 3-way tie, and each option only received 3 votes out of 18. So it was far from even a majority opinion.
Yeah. And for somebody to say, I don't even care if it's about Keegan's development or the fit, but the worst move?
Mm-hmm.
What about Denver losing KCP? How come that wasn't there?
That should have been there.
That should have been there. Like, the worst move? You may not agree with the move, but the worst move, Whitey?
You're right. These scouts and executives, they get this, email or whatever. It's like, I got stuff to do. I don't know. What was the worst move? DeRozan. Okay, DeRozan. Right?
Right.
I gotta go eat
exactly. It doesn't make sense.
They should not even have aired that.
Especially because it was 3. If you polled,
and 2 of them were like one guy getting traded, that same guy in the team he got traded to.
If you polled 100 people, and like 25 said
the
this.
The freaking Family Feud asked more than 18 people.
That survey says
the best toothpaste,
Right. 3, it's that time of the year, man. We need more content. That's what we need.
Well, speaking of content, I do wish the Kings were somewhere on this list, which we'll share with you next. We'll get back to the phones too. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. It's the Drive Guy. Survey says on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sactown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Drapes, the list that I'm referring to, the list that I wish the Kings were on, is from NBA.com. It is 5 best under-the-radar moves of the 2024 offseason. Before we look at those, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Rich has been hanging on. Hey, Rich, thanks for hanging. What's on your mind today? Hey, Rich. He's been on hold, so he doesn't have any idea he's on the radio. Hey, Rich.
Hi, guys.
Hi, what's up?
What's up, Rich?
How's everything going?
You're killing me, man.
I was just trying to get into my phone.
No problem. We had you on hold for a while. No worries. What's on your
What's
mind?
up, man?
I just wanted to comment on that training camp. Thanks for taking my phone call.
Yeah.
And reiterate what I said about Patrick yesterday, Mahomes.
Yeah.
First, I think it's just, no one needs to worry about what Purdy's doing right now because I think he's just in that engineering mode with Shanahan, and then it gets into that architectural mode, design mode, and then you get that blueprint day one. So, during the preseason, you'll see that architectural design mode coming from the timing and all that, those routes and all those connections. And with Patrick Mahomes, I think all I'm saying is, because I listened to you guys afterwards, all I'm saying is that the D tackle, Clark, was the reason why he had that many chances to win each Super Bowl.
Gotcha.
Except for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Except for the Eagles.
All right, Rich.
Except for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And then
Rich.
I wanted to get you guys' take on two players. Wanted to know if Pooney's the next Mike Upati, and if Ricky Pearsall is going to be that Chicago wide receiver for us with that downfield speed.
Gotcha, Rich. Thank you. What do you think? Dominic Pooney, I think they're not going to want to start him. I don't think he'll work his way
yet.
into it. But he'll be, by the end of the year, I think he'll be their starting right guard. Ricky Pearsall, boy, he's a polarizing guy already, right?
Yeah, that guy, man.
Like one pass in training camp.
Right.
Why they dropped him so high?
No, I mean, but then you got other people, 49ers fans. Oh, man, this guy's great. First rounder, what a pick. And so he's already developed a following, if you will, both good and bad.
You know that when Brandon Aiyuk says, Kyle, John, why are you only offering me 26 million? They point.
Yeah, we got this guy right here. We got Ricky P.
Ricky, bro.
He's already becoming a fan favorite. I don't know, man. It's Ricky Pearsall. I did read that Brock had a great day at camp today. And so I just want to give him the shout out.
Oh, that's
good
nice,
job, Brock. Yeah. I don't just come up with negative news. I'm unbiased. I'm fair and balanced, right? And so he was good today. And, we'll see what happens during the season, man.
I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be a little bit of a throwback. And he's not as good as Lynn Swann, but, Lynn Swann, you think of the spectacular catches he made. I think Ricky Pearsall is going to be
He'll be doing some one-handers or something like that.
How did he catch that?
How tall is Ricky P? He's not a tall guy, though, is he?
I'd have to check.
I got to look that up because I don't know why I envisioned him being 6'1". Okay, 6'1". I just look at him, and for some reason, I always think Wes Welker. I don't know why, but that's the image that comes into my head.
Let's see. Derek, Two Shifty Drapes, can you please tell me he needs to change his name to Antelope Dave?
Yeah, let's text Antelope Dave and see.
Shocking news today. Just the show is full of shocking news. Carmichael Dave's not even in Carmichael.
I know, right? Hey, your boy Campio, man, he's sticking up for him. Carmichael Dave is Carmichael Dave. He grew up there and made an unassisted triple play. Where he lives now as an adult doesn't matter. He's Antelope Dave to me now. Antelope Dave. All right.
Here we are.
NBA, right?
Yes.
NBA.com.
Yeah. What we have here is the top 5 under-the-radar moves this offseason so far. This is and this is where I like to find out if Jay or Drapes knows these gentlemen or ladies. Brian Martin for NBA.com.
Don't know him.
Don't wave it off.
And I'm not going to diss him. No, it may, he may be respected
until his opinion comes down the pipe. Here we go.
That's true. What does he have to say?
In no particular order. Top 5 under the radar moves. I wish the Kings had made an under the radar move. Obviously, we're pretty happy with what they did, but Caleb Martin, Philadelphia 76ers. Martin turned down a more lucrative offer to re-sign in Miami before agreeing to join the Sixers as a free agent at a discounted price, making it a steal for Philly. 3 seasons in Miami, 6'5" wing, 9.6 points, 4.4 rebounds, while shooting 37% from three-point range. That is a great under-the-radar signing.
I agree. You agree with that, too?
I do.
They got him on the cheap. This is a guy that's played in big games, stood toe-to-toe, face-to-face against Tatum and Brown.
He's an Eric Musselman product.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And, really outdueled them and helped Miami beat them a couple of seasons ago. And so I agree with him on that. Yeah, this guy is solid.
Second on the list. And, again, these are not in order, but this is a guy, and Drapes, I wanted this guy here. Position-wise, maybe didn't work out. D'Anthony Melton to the Warriors. Melton's combination of strong on-ball defense and outside shooting should help him fit with Golden State's new-look backcourt. This guy defends, and he can make threes. He's like a 3-and-D guard. I think it's going to be a good signing for them. No one's paying any attention to it, which I get. He's not a big name, and he has had some back issues. That's one thing you don't want it's almost as bad as like an infielder. We just got a shortstop. He's got some back issues. Like, that's not gonna work out. Not good for basketball players to have back issues. But if he's healthy, D'Anthony Melton, I think it's an excellent under-the-radar move for the Warriors. You don't seem as convinced.
No, because I'm a contrarian, so I'm trying not to be that. I like the player. I don't like what the Warriors did as a whole. Because let's talk about their backcourt, Whitey. Steph Curry. Great. Amazing. D'Anthony Melton. 6'2", 6'3". Brandon Pajemski. Kind of small, too.
And Buddy Bucket.
And Buddy Hield. Like, they don't have much size in the backcourt. So I think, they can be, how should I put it, targeted a little bit. As great of a defender that D'Anthony Melton is, at 6'2", 6'3", he's a little undersized to be a two guard to play alongside Steph Curry. And if you have Buddy Hield out there at your two, well, we know defensively that's a turnstile. And Pajemski is small too. So I'd worry about their length in the backcourt.
I remember when Buddy first got here, and I was, and he was a good shooter, a great shooter.
Yeah,
he still is. And there was something about him, the way he played. I was like, And I remember some Kings fans got really upset at me because he was Buddy Love. He was Buddy Buckets. But I just don't like the way he plays.
He's feast or famine.
I know he's your Disneyland buddy and everything.
No, that's my guy. Did you see? He had a comment too where he said he always thought about playing with the Warriors, always wanted to.
No, I
something.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, man. This dude is not making any friends here in Sacramento anymore.
I did see him say something kind of bearing the hatchet about Sacramento, how much you always loved
did he
him.
say something?
I believe so, but I didn't believe a word of it.
Yeah, no, right.
Not a word of it. Also on the list here, under the radar moves. Oh, your team, the Phoenix Suns, Monte Morris.
That's a good move. That's a nice veteran player off the bench.
He averaged just 5 points, 2.1 assists in 33 games with Minnesota and Detroit last year. Career marks at 10 points and just under 4 assists. Assist to turnover ratio. You're a big assist to turnover ratio.
That's
5.04. But I don't know if he's still Monte Morris anymore.
Yeah, but as a seventh, eighth man, you're not asking him to do a lot. And I believe this article was written too before the Tyus Jones.
Point. Right.
The Suns have had a solid offseason, I think.
Yeah. So Monte Morris might not be as significant as an under-the-radar move now that they got another guard since then. Yeah. And then we have Najee Marshall, Dallas Mavericks.
That one hurts. That was our guy, right?
Especially I got to say, I think you were on him before I was.
Yeah, the Najee Marshall one hurts. That's you talk about, because we talked about wanting a 3-and-D guy with a little bit of swag, a little bit of toughness, listed as 6'7". He'd be perfect for us.
Yeah, I think we wanted Derrick Jones Jr. And Najee Marshall. And Dallas wanted to keep Derrick Jones Jr. They couldn't, so who'd they get? Najee Marshall. Versatile wing defender. Forced opponents to shoot a little wonkier. 4.2% worse than their normal field goal percentage. 14th best differential in the league. So share that with your friends and family.
Yep.
Yeah. And he makes threes 39% last year. That would have been a good fit.
That would have been, toughness, 3-and-D guy, little chip on his shoulder, talk some trash. That would have been a great fit.
That's right. I know you and Jay for months have been wanting the Kings to get a little edgier. They really haven't, have they?
Nah, not really. DeMar, is edgier with his play, not with his talk. He's an assassin when it comes to game winners, late in games, big game player, but he's not talking a lot or anything.
We need dogs.
Right. Our boy Will. said we need dogs.
Yeah, and then finally, this is a guy you were on very early.
I was on that guy. Yep,
25-year-old wing, proven NBA scorer, signed just recently with the Bucks. Gary Trent Jr.
Vet minimum. Vet minimum.
What's the NBA vet minimum this upcoming year?
What is it, like 3 million something?
I think it is.
Yeah, 3 something.
Jones.
Okay. Yeah,
double check, but I believe it is.
Yep. And but I was high on Gary Trent before Malik re-signed. To me, he was a backup option. If Malik left, go out there and get Gary Trent Jr., a bucket getter, a guy that can fill it up. Check this out. 25-year-old wing, proven scorer, averaged 15 plus for 3 straight seasons before his numbers dropped last season in Toronto. And that's what happens in Toronto. Guys go there and their numbers just go down. It is what it is right now.
Exchange rate.
Right. Exactly. The dollar isn't worth as much over there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, here you go, Jay. An NBA veteran's minimum salary depends on how many years of experience the player has. So for last year, a player with 10 years of experience signing a 1-year minimum would be paid $2.9 million. So it's about $3 million.
Chump change.
Chump change.
Yeah. Minimum.
Poverty level. Minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Roll out of bed. The minimum, you're getting close to $3 million. Damn. Must be nice, man. Must be nice. I tell my son every day when a new contract is signed, bro, get outside, work on your left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seriously. I mean, it's like, dude, the money throwing. Did you hear about Steph's extension that he could sign for?
No.
1 year, $62.5 million or something like that he's eligible to sign for or something.
That's Brock Purdy, man.
Right? That's crazy, man. It's like this money is, but yet the broadcasters, our money ain't going up.
I just saw a couple days ago a story on, I think it was CNN.com. And the old saying, well, money doesn't buy you happiness. And they have people now that study happiness and they study those measures. And they are finding now, research is showing that actually people who have more money actually are more
happy, right?
Yeah, and it's because they can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want. Right, exactly. They can go on that shopping spree and then wake up the next day and not feel bad about it and look at their bank account.
They can wake up the next day in Tahiti or
right,
wherever
they
want
can
to
go wherever they want. And it might be temporary, but they can do it.
Yeah. So, money doesn't buy you happiness, but it's one thing to be happy about if you have a lot of money.
There's a reason why people therapy shop, because in that moment, it makes you happy.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
Uh-huh.
So if I had, 60 million, 300 million like Jaylen Brown and Tatum, I'm having a bad day. You know what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to buy a house. I'm going to buy a mansion. That's the kind of thing I would do. Like, seriously, man.
Yeah.
So it's like chicken.
So it's like the control of it, right? I am going to do this.
Exactly. I'm going to do this.
Yeah. So which is the number one offseason under the radar signing? Caleb Martin, DeAnthony Melton, Monte Morris, Najee Marshall, Gary Trent Jr. What do you think? What's your prediction? Which of those will be the most significant?
Caleb
Me
Martin.
too.
Yeah. I was going to say Najee Marshall, but the Mavs made a couple of other moves too that I think will sort of minimize his effect and his impact and his opportunity. Mm-hmm. I think Caleb Martin, it's there. The opportunity is there for him to impact the Sixers. What you got? You got something?
Derek, too shifty. Wait, is Compio Dave's burner account?
He's sticking up for Dave for some. Yeah. Listen to this. Carmichael Dave also played a part in retaining the Kings franchise here in Sacramento, traveling around in a shabby mobile home. Antelope Dave is what I say.
Mm-hmm. So. Derek also says, Drapes, you know what Drake said, money don't buy happiness, but I'm happiest when I can buy what I want.
That is true. That is true.
It's hard to look at the Kings' current roster and not see a glaring need. Right next, Sactown Sports.
Oh, I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hear that? The soothing sounds of a bubble bath. And if you were here, you'd smell a single cedar leaf candle.
But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get back on the road and enjoy 24/7 roadside assistance from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And then take a shower, because it's fast, like your motorcycle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage, not available in all states.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cocktail, I think, which I've never actually seen. I think this song's from the movie Cocktail. Listen, you can find
Soundtrack?
The
soundtrack?
I think so.
Really? I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah. Find your endless summer with Sactown Sports. Don't miss your chance to check out America's Band, Garçon de la Plage, or the Beach Boys at Hard Rock Live this November. All you have to do is hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now. How about a number, Drapes? What do you think? What are you feeling?
Let's make it nice and quick. How about 4?
Caller number 4 right now in honor of C. Webb to score that pair of tickets. Check out the Beach Boys at Hard Rock Live November 24th, courtesy of Live Nation. For more information, visit SactownSports.com. Good luck on the chat here. Epic Airbees says, Suns getting T. Jones was good. What do y'all think? Yeah.
Yep.
It wasn't on that particular list because it happened just yesterday, but
Great
we were
move
saying
for
yesterday.
them. Yeah.
Tremendous move for the Suns.
Tremendous move for them. They got their point guard, somebody that can distribute the rock.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's huge for them.
Yeah.
Huge
So that might kind of push Monte Morris to the wings a little
exactly.
bit. Yeah,
exactly.
Compio points out Carmichael Dave has also interviewed some of sports' greatest performers, such as the home run king, Pete Rose. You know that story, right?
No.
That's how he introduced Pete Rose one time. And it's a home run king. It's like, dude.
He said that really? No way.
He did that? To Pete Rose.
To Pete was on the phone or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's classic. All right. That's a good one.
See, that's that working that morning show.
Yeah,
Sleep deprivation.
Yeah. Not quite all there. Yeah.
Pete Rose is kind of, maybe as a guest, he's not as relevant as he used to be. But I'll tell you what, he's a great guest.
Is he?
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Because he's like, you want to talk baseball? He loves talking baseball.
Great Pete Rose. Hall of Famer? Should be in?
No, because you can't bet on baseball.
All right. Man, this dude all about the rules, man. This guy's
well, you should let him in. That's a rule.
Gee, you ever jaywalk at all in your life or what? My God.
I'm saying that because that's what my dad used to say, and I'm sticking with my dad.
All right.
I remember being in the office at Candlestick Park, the manager's office, when Pete Rose was the manager, and looking, and there's the sign right there. Personnel are forbidden from gambling. I mean, it was in every
right.
It's
the rules, but ain't there a statute of limitations or something? Time served or what?
I mean, if it matters to him, obviously it matters. But does it matter anymore? Does the Baseball Hall of Fame does it mean what it used to mean?
It means to the people, the person and their family.
The home run king, the actual one, Dave, is not in there. The all-time hit king.
That's true.
There's people that are in there that have probably done worse. So it's like, whatever.
A-Rod, Bonds. Yeah, that's true. I hear you. All right.
He'll get in eventually, won't he?
It'll be too late. Not too late, but watch. It'll be after he passes away or something like that.
Yeah.
We'll be like, dang,
he was a Philly for a while? Is that?
No, I don't like Pete Rose. I'm indifferent with Pete Rose. Like, Sure, put him in. I think he has the credentials to put him in. And I think time has been served. It's like, gee, and look at gambling now, Whitey. And I understand you're not supposed to bet on baseball, bet on your own team. I get that. But MLB is in bed with gambling now. It's like, come on, lighten up.
I was reading about when the Grizzlies were formed, and they were in, what was this, about 95, I think?
Okay.
And one of the issues when they started playing in Vancouver was they had legal sports betting at the time, and the NBA is like, whoa,
right?
You're going to have to take the Grizzlies off the books.
Right,
you
can't bet on
like,
it.
That's a deal breaker.
Look at that now, right?
Yeah. Remember, we can't put a team in Las Vegas.
Yeah, please.
I'm looking here, and this is from SactownSports.com, is where you can check it out by
Okay.
Frankie Cardicelli.
Frankie Click.
And he's got a look at the Kings roster. So let me just run down for you real quickly here, the Kings' current roster. And you tell us, Drapes, what, if anything, stands out here. Guards, De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, Jordan McLaughlin, Colby Jones, Boogie Ellis. Forwards, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles, Jalen McDaniels. Centers, Domantas Sabonis, Orlando Robinson, Rob, and Alex Len. Two ways, Mason Jones, Isaac Jones, Isaiah Crawford. So an NBA team can carry up to 21 players during the offseason before trimming things down to 18 for the regular season, which is 15 standard rostered spots and 3 two-way contracts. What do you think? You look at that. How you feeling? What do you think?
I mean, it's clearly we're guard heavy, man.
Exactly.
It's just this. How many guards they got listed
1, 2,
there?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And Boogie Ellis listed on there?
Yes.
All right. Okay. 8 guards.
Fox, Monk, Huerter, Ellis, Carter, McLaughlin, Colby Jones, Ellis.
I think we all can agree.
And DeRozan is listed as a forward, and he may
be a guard. There's no way they begin the season with 8 guards. Zero chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who we got back?
Kyle Ledbetter.
San Diego Padre legend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's no way you go 8 guards. Now if you had 8 forwards, okay, all right, I can see 8 guards. Nah. And how many forwards? 4? 4.
Again, included. See, that's what I'm saying. I looked at this yesterday and like,
yeah, someday right there. It's a little unbalanced.
But, I guess if Colby Jones can, and
Nah.
Devin Carter could be
You're squinting over there.
Yeah, I know.
You're looking.
I know.
Who do you got at forward again? DeRozan,
Keegan, Trey Lyles, and Jalen McDaniels. Maybe we're shortchanging McDaniels.
Maybe they expect him to be a valuable part of the rotation. Maybe he's the Dorian Finney-Smith or guy that, off Najee Marshall, like he fills that role in terms of getting those minutes.
But Drapes, if I'm putting this team together, don't I have to consider that maybe he's not? Right? I mean, given what he's done, I get you. There's lots of upside there. But if he's not, wow, then my outlook at forward is almost dire.
It really is. And, DeRozan's going to be starting. And basically you have and Keegan too.
Yeah.
You have 2 forwards on your bench. That's not the NBA. That's not how the NBA rosters are built. You need wings.
Mm-hmm.
You need
wings is
the thing. 6'5" to 6'10", just a bunch of those guys.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. And so it seems like we're a little small. And I know Kevin Huerter's 6'7".
That's a good point.
So you could
theoretically
slide him into the forward spot, into the forward grouping. But
maybe this is just the way Frankie broke it down. Maybe the Kings don't list him this way.
Right. Exactly. And, Compio says 8 guards mean a trade is happening. I do think something will get done trade-wise. I don't think it'll be a free agent, but I do think a trade will happen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's getting Time Lord, Robert Williams. We talked about that earlier today from the Portland Trail Blazers. But I don't know how Monty and West and Phil and Paul and all those guys hold the roster up, look at it, and say, nope, we're good.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what you say always.
Yeah.
You can have 3 people on your team. You go, no, we're good. That's what you say.
But when you go to sleep at night, Whitey,
right.
know.
Yeah. Franklin also points out that from a salary cap standpoint, the Kings are currently $7 million below the first tax apron. I think you were talking about this yesterday. So they have slim flexibility in swinging another trade without sending out salary to match. So I do think, you look at this, I think Compio's right again. It looks like, some of that guard depth may be on its way somewhere if the Kings can bring in somebody who's going to bolster the front court like Cam Johnson or whoever.
Let me ask you this, though, real quick. We brought in DeMar DeRozan. When you look at the trades the Kings made, I'm talking about sending out Duarte, sending out Barnes, sending out Davion, sending out Sasha. Basically, those 4 players that I just mentioned and a pick swap turned into DeRozan and McDaniels. Is that enough? Is that a A+ effort? Or do you if I told you we'd send these 4 guys out and we get DeMar DeRozan and McDaniels, would that be?
Yes, because unfortunately, Sasha didn't have an impact.
Okay.
Right?
All
Duarte just didn't have an impact.
Yeah, you're right.
Hope he does in Chicago. Barnes, serviceable player for a long time here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And then Davion didn't quite. So when you got pieces of like, for whatever reason, maybe it's your fault, maybe it's their fault, they're spare parts, you move them on for somebody who's going to have a big role, that's a win.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just throwing it out there. Spitball, see what the litmus test, see which way the wind is blowing when it comes to that. It was something I thought about. Basically, you got rid of 4 players to bring in DeRozan and McDaniels.
I mean, don't you think?
I think you had to do it. Yeah, I think so. You needed to upgrade the talent on the roster, and just getting DeMar DeRozan does that. And so, yes, I'm okay with it.
Now, how are you feeling about a tough loss yesterday in the way back quiz?
I'm good.
Good.
No, because Jay didn't win that. I lost that.
I know that's why.
That's my.
Here we go.
And so I got a good night's sleep. I went to bed at like 10 o'clock, laid in bed till like 7:30.
Frustrated and angry.
I'm wide-eyed and bushy-tail.
You were kind of beating yourself up yesterday.
Yeah, because I should have had that one. And my guy, Derek Too Shifty, always pulling for me.
He is.
We're going to get it done today, big
Talking
fella.
about somebody with some flat pockets at this point.
My man's always betting on me. I got you this time, big fella. I'm not going to let you down.
All right, the way back quiz for July the 31st is coming up next year. Can Jay retain his title? We find out next on Sactown Sports.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Your guy, Derek Too Shifty, has some interesting thoughts on the Kings roster. He says, I heard Orlando Robinson will be the next Will Chamberlain. Cam Johnson would be huge. And he says Josh McDaniels is going to be better than his brother this season.
Jalen McDaniels, yeah, I'll take that.
Those things are true. The Kings are actually in great shape.
Championship or bust. Get Wilt and somebody better than Jaden McDaniels. I'm doing it. Let's go.
I've talked myself into that whole, I think O-Rob's going to be a good player.
What did you see or what did you read that changed your opinion?
Just looking at his scouting report from before he was drafted, there's a lot of people that thought he was going to, I think someone maybe even thought he was going to be a late first rounder. He does have some offensive game.
Okay.
And I don't think he's gotten a chance to play. And I know it's that fan thing we all do, oh, this guy's going to be terrific.
Right.
I admit that's where I am right now. I'm really intrigued. I'm excited to see him play and see what's there.
When he's on another team, it's when he's on your team. Oh, this guy, there's a guy, you're familiar with this. David Lee.
My wife's favorite player
Really?
for a while. Yes.
Man, when the Celtics got him, people were like, oh, we got David Lee. Let's go. Didn't work out. Did not work out. But that's how it is, It's a new shiny toy.
Yeah.
This guy gets here, he's going to be great.
So you go back 12 years ago or so, there was people that thought it was ludicrous to suggest that Draymond Green should be starting ahead of David Lee.
Yeah.
I think Tim Kawakami was one of the first people, to suggest it. And Warrior fans, I was in the Bay Area at the time, a lot of them were like, there's no way. There's no way. David Lee was an all-star.
And that was what? Steve Kerr, who
yeah.
And Mark Jackson, meanwhile, didn't, right? He didn't
right.
He was a David Lee guy, and then Steve Kerr came in and it's like, no, we're going
Yeah. And that was one of the things that transformed the franchise.
Transformed it, yep. Oh, Trey says, I got my boy Jay again. Time to run that thing back. Okay. People choosing sides out here. I see how it is. Jay.
I know Jay's got a lot of things going on as always, so make sure you let me know when.
Well, he got Kyle back there with him, so he's
got
two against one.
Man, I've been getting my Draymond on for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I don't need Kyle.
Let's go.
I don't want to start the game until you're ready to start the game.
You ready, Jay?
Yeah, I'm good. Here we go.
All right, it's time for the This Day Back in the Day quiz for July the 31st. Can you believe it? Tomorrow is
August 1st. Yes.
Everything that's in the quiz happened on this day, July the 31st. In these years, things that happen on this date or are related to things that happen on this date in these years. Going way back again today, 1935, 1954. 1972, 1988, and I know I'm a little out of order here, 1981 and 2007. I will just let you guys know, I'm freehand today.
Oh, where's your
So if I hesitate on something, I'm just telling you guys,
don't
think that means, he's making that up, or it just means I might not be able to read.
Okay.
So, all right. So, Jay, you're up first. 35, 54, 72, 88, 81, and 2007.
Going 1988. Bo Jackson.
1988. All right. Who homers this date, 1988, to become the first to hit 30 homers in each of his first 3 seasons? Mark McGwire, Jose Canseco, Kirby Puckett.
Mark McGwire.
Not correct for the steal.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Who homers this date, 1988, to become the first to hit 30 homers in each of his first 3 seasons? Mark McGwire, Jose Canseco, Kirby Puckett.
86, 87. Okay.
I don't know why I want to lean Kirby on this, but I'm going to go with Canseco.
Jose Canseco's correct.
They're too shifty. We doing it, baby. We doing it.
And that's a steal. And you're on with a 1-0 lead.
All right.
35, 54, 72, 81, and 07.
07.
All right, here we go. 2007. I think you're going to like this one, Drapes.
I'm not?
I think you are going to like this one.
I ain't got it. Don't worry about it.
The Boston Celtics. On this date, the Boston Celtics acquire Kevin Garnett from Minnesota for 2 first-rounders. And actually, do you want him to go first? It's a It's
Closer to?
Closer to?
Yeah, and I apologize. It's a closest to.
I will go first.
Okay.
Woo-hoo!
The Celtics
Got him changing his strategy,
Kevin
Whitey.
Garnett from Minnesota for 2 first-rounders. And how many players?
Al Jefferson, Ryan Gomes, Sebastian Telfair.
How many players?
3.
3? Jay?
Nope, it's 4 or 5, so I'm going 4.
Correct answer is 5.
Yep.
Correct answer is 5.
We are
That's
an easy. I should have let you go first. Jay would have did 3.
No, I would have said 5, actually. I don't want 5.
Damn.
All right, so we're even.
I knew that. I named 3 of the players. I forgot the. You got the name of the players too, or no? Do you have the names of them?
I
or no?
can look it
Nah,
up.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Chip.
it.
Let's see. 35, 54, 72, 81.
35, 1935.
All right, this is a goofy one.
All right.
1935 at a Reds game.
Oh.
Fan Kitty Burke runs onto the field and grabs a bat. Dizzy Dean throws her a pitch, and she what? This obviously wasn't part of the game.
Lay
but she's
down
a
the
fan.
bunt.
She hits a grounder.
Okay.
She swings and misses.
Yep.
She hits a line drive down the right field line. 1935. Kitty Burke under the ropes, grabs a bat. Dizzy Dean lobs it in there. She hits a grounder, swings and misses. It's a line drive down the right
This
field
is
line.
an absolutely coin flip. I'm gonna say it's a grounder.
He's got it.
Yeah, that's the most. That was easy.
I'm just going common sense
because we know she ain't hit no liner.
No,
and it was either going to be miss or a grounder.
I know that's
a
goofy, but
layup.
like,
That's a
What's her
layup.
name?
thing I've ever heard. Kitty Burke.
Kitty Burke.
Kitty Burke.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. You have now.
Yeah.
Jay up 2-1. Drapes 54, 72, and 81.
81, baby.
1981. It's the closest to. You want Jay to go first?
Yes.
Okay. Jay, this date, 1981, the second baseball strike ends after how many days? 1981. The second baseball strike. First was what, 72. Second baseball strike ends after how many days?
I'm gonna say 91.
91. Kyle Draper.
92.
Oh, it was 42.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one was I thinking?
I thought it was 2 months.
Yeah, I thought it was
2
longer than that. Dang, Jay is dominating.
He's
here.
got the 3-1
They've had 18
lead.
different stoppages though.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So Jay, you're up 3-1. There's
how
2
many
points
questions
on the board.
Okay. Two
Yeah.
more. All right.
So you're
Where we at? Let me put
clincher
them.
mode.
Let me
Jay's
put them away,
Derek,
fellas.
my bad, baby.
Hey,
My
it's not over
bad.
yet. 1954, 1972.
I'm going 19. I'm gonna go 72 because that's Drake's wheelhouse. So I'm gonna try to steal it before he takes it.
Oh,
72.
yeah. 1972. One of the most underrated players of all time. Dick Allen.
Oh, okay.
the great
Like
Dick Allen, yeah.
Becomes the 7th player to do what? Twice in a game.
Twice?
7th player to do what? Twice in a game. Hit into a triple play. Hit an inside the park homer. Score on a balk. 1972, Dick Allen, just the 7th player to do what? Twice in a game. Hit into a triple play. Hit an inside the park homer. Score on a balk. Twice in a game. Jay's close to closing this out.
Man, Dick didn't have wheels though.
Yeah.
He didn't have wheels like that.
Come on, Jay.
I'm going inside the park homer and final answer.
Jay has the win. That's very well done, Jay. And you were talking yourself out of that, and you still went there.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
I think what happened was you got out of yourself when you missed the Tommy Garnett.
Yeah, I remember 3 of the players. I just Derek too shifty. I'm rocking with Drapes no matter what. But Jay getting lucky. He don't even know he's just guessing out here. I agree.
Man,
you getting lucky. No, you getting lucky, Jay.
Katie Burke, Kitty Burke.
No, that was a guess. That was a guess. Admit it, big fella.
Yeah, but it was a common sense. It was an educated hypothesize. Okay, Derek too shifty. I understand.
Look at what he said.
In. It's time for Drapes to get a lifeline around here, man.
Derek too shifty.
You call in 2 against 1. No fault, no issue.
No,
How about that?
Derek's right though. Drape's getting cheated.
How?
This is
Why'd you get
bro.
cheated today?
Come on, man. You got Kyle back there whispering.
Kyle ain't never said nothing.
I can't even see back there.
Man, listen, you're going to have to force Kyle to go to Jose's office.
Yes, exactly.
So what about all the times Kyle been away on vacay?
Oh, I was mopping the floor with you.
Nah,
kid.
you wasn't mopping the floor.
Jay,
There ain't no floor mop. You called me the janitor.
How did you get to Dick Allen? Because I heard, we could hear you thinking. You said out loud, I was like, he wasn't that fast, but you still went with the inside the park home run.
They're too shifty. See, when you play the game, and you understand the dynamic of baseball, guessing them. Look, I'm highly educated in the game right now. You know what I mean? This is what I do.
Jay, I'm gonna get you tomorrow. Let's go.
If you're LeBron James of the station, I would say I'm the Alex Rodriguez, but I'm the Ken Griffey of the station.
Steroids, right?
I'm the Ken Griffey of the station.
You on
That's
that
all I'm saying.
Balco over there. That's what that is.
The clear and the cream. You ain't cheating, you ain't winning. I'm framing pitches over here.
He's admitting it, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm smacking cats around. The reason I went with that is I don't believe anyone has ever scored twice on a balk.
Yeah, that's
like ever,
And that was 7th time, I think you said, right?
Yeah. And I apologize here. I've been trying to find the list of the players, and for some reason, and I had them. Let's see. Here you go, Drapes. Al Jefferson, Gerald Green, Sebastian Telfair, Ryan Gomes.
I see.
Theo Ratliff.
Theo Ratliff. I had 4 to 5. I thought it was 5, but
damn. Okay.
It's okay. Look, man, I
That was a good one.
got him so shook he can't even answer the salty questions.
Nah,
Derek too shifty.
that was kind of.
Where's Derek too shifty? My attention is off Drake because I'm smacking Drake's left and right around here, man.
Leave my guy alone, big fella.
I'm treating him.
Leave my guy alone.
This man has fans. You know
Exactly.
I get it, but listen,
the Drapes are. It's like we like the Beehive out there, like Beyonce, big fella. We the Swifties, the Drapies out there. Come on, man.
I'm Justin Bieber out here. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
We got Ace Baseball coming up, right?
Yeah, they going for the sweep.
The Bay Bridge Series resuming. The Oakland for now A's and the Giants are next. And Kyle Ledbetter's going to be behind the
boards, huh? Kyle, I'm surprised he's quiet back there. You all right, big fella?
Well, he's paying attention. He's got his popcorn ready because I'm jumping your bones around here. Oh.
What kind of pants does he have on him?
He's got the painter.
He always
joints.
got some interesting
painter
pants. I said interesting. Not weird, interesting.
Yeah, he has very eclectic wardrobe. Basically, he wears his pajamas to work, right? Is that what we can say?
Yeah, a little bit.
Kyle's got the yellow
whatever
chucks, the burgundy and gray socks with the green, the pastel green and white combination pants. Yeah, he does his thing, man.
I tell you, I still haven't seen him play basketball though.
Ooh.
He says he's what top
best in the city.
Top 1% in the city, he said, or something like that. Yeah. Exactly. I can't
forgot about that.
Yeah, right.
He said he is Sacramento's greatest living basketball player.
Right.
That's what.
Weather's cooling down now. We can get back out
Let's
there
go,
on the block.
big dog. Let's go.
Well, Drake's just got a little injury, man.
You know what?
Did you ever talk about that?
My injury?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the X-ray
Are you
results
good?
back.
I mean,
they're saying the cartilage is worn away and everything like that. But I still might push for an MRI. I think it's more than that.
Yeah.
I think it's just
If
more.
we go 2-on-2, what are the teams here? If it's us 4 and we're going 2-on-2.
Youngsters versus the OGs, we got you.
No, me and Whitey here.
Yeah, don't
we the
run from
drive
the white.
guys, big
Yeah,
fella.
don't run from this white.
Let's do it.
And I'm checking Jake.
I'm
D'ing him up.
Kyle, give me a rock, baby.
Oh no! If I'm on Whitey, game over. Game over. I'm gonna be like Kevin Durant shooting over the top there.
Now we got to play.
That's embarrassing. Disrespectful.
Man,
Yeah.
I
What
think
did Patrick Mahomes say? Oh, we'll deal with that at the appropriate time.
Dang, White, we might be picking on you. We might see Steph Curry.
I know, right?
Mouse in the house.
Let's go. Now I really would like to play. That would be fun. And so will Ace Baseball. Ace against the Giants are next on Sactown Sports.